Has it started? It has started. I would like to welcome everyone here again to today's meeting. If the fire alarm sounds, please leave the building by the nearest exit and proceed to the assembly area in the car park. The nearest exits are through reception, at the rear of the canteen, or through the doors behind you, past the leader's office. Please note that the Council is webcasting this meeting live on the internet and making an official recording. The recording forms part of the public record of the meeting and will be available on the Council's website. Please choose your words carefully. They have an international reach. Can members please ensure mobile phones are turned off and that background noise is kept to a minimum? To help everyone hear clearly, members are asked to remain seated and to speak clearly. Throughout this meeting, the Vice Chairperson will keep a list of members intending to speak during the debates. The Vice Chairperson will call the next speaker during debates and will announce your microphone number. It is essential we have your number so the correct mic is turned on. I should also remind everyone that filming, photography and recording of this meeting is permitted, provided that it does not disrupt the business of the meeting. If there are any members of the public who do not wish to be filmed or photographed, and you have not already informed a member of staff, please raise your hand now so that any such photographer or cameraman may be aware. Sorry? You have the answer? I think so. Good, good. I know, first thing in the morning. No breakfast yet, perhaps suffering from... Contributions to the meeting will be timed in accordance with the time limits for debates. When your time is up, I will ask you to finish the sentence you are on and stop speaking. So, you're number 5.
The Vice Chair.
I think the Vice Chairman knows all. She is like Athena's owl, extremely wise. Good. So she will announce your number to you if you put your hand up. Right. You just heard Councillor Ginman and Councillor Phillips are zooming in and will be regarding your efforts with great attention. Item 1, apologies for absence. I have received apologies from Councillors Ginman, Phillips, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Rowan and Councillor Hewitt. We have no further objections?
Give the latest on Councillor Phillips, whatever his name is, the Chair of Children's Scrutiny, who I understand, having listened to the television this morning, is doing a marathon in Shrewsbury today. He obviously felt that was more impressive than attending our budget.
May I just add to that, it is also his 333rd marathon, and it is also his last marathon. So it is pretty significant for him. So, well done for him. And he does do it for charity as well. Yeah. Now, item 2, declarations of interest. And the next item is to receive any declarations of interest by members in respect of items on this agenda. Do any members have any interests to declare? Please show. I see no hands rising. We will proceed. Item 3, to approve and sign the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council on the 9th of December 2022. No matters of accuracy have been notified to the monitoring officer. Please note the supplement published on the 9th of February containing an updated appendix of public questions to the minutes of the extraordinary meeting on the 9th of December. The updated appendix contains written responses to supplementary questions that were not available at the time of publication of the agenda. Members, are you in agreement with the minutes of the ordinary meeting of on the 9th of December, subject to the updated appendix of public questions? You show, please. Any against? Any abstentions? Right. Can this be noted, please? Thank you. Item 4, Chairman and Chief Executive's announcements. And please find attached the Chairman and Chief Executive's announcements from page 47 of the agenda. I have an addition to make. And just a quick commentary on some of the events I've attended. Amazing concerts, wonderful music, beautifully performed, very impressive. My citizenship ceremonies carry on, and again, they are extremely important to the people concerned, and I think to the people of Herefordshire too. They've spent a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort in getting to the point of being accepted as British citizens. And it is very moving to see how proud they are of becoming British citizens. We also have our Mayor's meeting, which I hope produces useful results. The Royal British Legion Annual General Meeting, which was good, and also the Armed Forces Covenant Review meeting, which we held at the Shell store, was heartening. And it is amazing how many of ex-servicemen we have working not only in the council, but throughout the county. Last night, I went to Venture Lean on Me. They're street pastors and ambassadors, and a very impressive bunch of very well-trained volunteers they are, some of them quite young, who patrol the city streets at weekends, particularly in the evenings, and save the NHS a fortune. You may see their donkeys, which are very well-equipped vans full of rescue kit, on the streets as well. And I assure you, they are very well-trained and very impressive. It's good. Thank you. Now, Chief Executive, do you have any announcements you wish to make?
Yes, Chairman, thank you for that. I just wanted to take the opportunity to update members on the current position regarding the report of the Herefordshire Council's Children's Commissioner. As members know, the final report to review the capability and capacity of the Council to deliver the improvements needed in children's services was submitted to the Minister week commencing the 16th of January. Earlier that week, we did hold 2 all-member briefings where the Commissioner took members through a summary of the main findings and the recommendations of the report, and those presentations were particularly well attended, as you would expect. I have this morning spoken with officials at the DFE who've confirmed that the Minister is still considering the report and the recommendations, and as ever at this stage, that report remains confidential and will be published in line with the Minister's decision as and when that's taken. So this is taking longer than we were originally thought. The officials are concerned about the timescale, and they, through me, understand the importance of the urgency of reaching a decision, and then we can all move forward. But I thought it was important to share with members where we're up to this morning. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I remind members that questions are not usually permitted under this item. If members have any questions, please, can they email the Chief Executive? Thank you. Item 5. Questions from members of the public. There have been 11 questions submitted under this item. The questions and responses have been published as a supplement on the 9th of February. A supplementary question must be a question and not a statement, and it must also arise directly out of the original question or the reply and must take no longer than 1 minute to ask. If the question is likely to exceed 1 minute or it takes the form of a statement, the questioner will be requested to put the question immediately. And Mr. Sinton, are you here, Mr. Sinton? No? Second question, Mr. Goulding. Are you here? No. Mr. Stevens. Cost of highways maintenance, infrastructure and transport in writing, and I have his question here to read to you. Given that effective communication with councillors and administrative staff is poor, posing a severe and real lack of accountability to those in positions of delegated power, does the Council understand the lawful and legal requirements set out in administrative procedure and conduct, such as the Nolan Principles? If so, why not collectively act upon them? Well, who is going to answer this? Is this Councillor Harrington? Number?
Oh, number 3.
Thank you, Chairman. That's not a very specific question. It's a broad question of principle. I would normally respond to anyone who wrote to me, as most people would attest to. Mr. Stevens asked a public question, which I've answered quite fully. I'm happy to answer any more. I mean, we all do our best to uphold the Nolan Principles. If we don't, it's because of busyness, not because of obstinance or a lack of, accountability. We're very accountable.
Thank you. Ms. Liddle, is she here? No. Ms. Shaw. Now, Ms. Shaw, are you here? No. I believe I have a question from her. Herefordshire Women's Equality Group strongly supports community-based support for victims recovering from domestic abuse. The Department of Housing, Levelling Up and Communities funding is heavily focused on accommodation. In my question, I provided compelling evidence of the need for community-based support. In 2022, 1/3 of all referrals to Herefordshire domestic abuse services were for such support. This shows such clear and consistent evidence of significant demand for community-based support. What further evidence is needed? Will Herefordshire Council give us assurance that such support will be included in their service model for the future? That is for, I think, adult health and well-being. Councillor Crockett.
That's number 3.
Thank you, Chairman. Absolutely, we want to support everybody where they need it and when they need it. When we're looking at the existing contract, that comes to the end. I think it's next year. I lose track of what year we're in because we've only just come into 23. Anyway, we will have to re-procure it then, and in doing so, we'll look at what services will be needed, and that's based on people's need. That could well mean that we invest more in community-based support, and all of this will be done in consultation with our partners, our residents, and people with lived experience. None of our budget proposals involve any changes to funding for domestic abuse survivors or services.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll be reassured by that. Ms. Atfield has no supplementary question, nor has Ms. Barraclough. Ms. Curry, are you here? No, but I don't have a question for her either. Ms. Albright, are you here? No. Mr. Franklin, I do have a question from him to be read to you. Thank you for your detailed reply. Section 4.3 of the Constitution covers procedures for consultation after publication of initial budget proposals. Consultations weigh priorities and high-level options, and then just making available the budget proposals on the Council's crowded website are welcome and may comply with Section 4.3, but surely we could do better. Would the Council consider amending procedures for future to offer greater transparency, seek consultee response at a more detailed level, and better publicise the proposals to residents. Finance, Corporate Services and Planning. Councillor Harvey. What number?
Number 4.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mr Franklin for his supplementary. I'm all in favour of doing whatever we can to improve the quality of our consultations and help the public to understand some of the issues that we're dealing with, particularly on matters as important as the budget. I mean, the problem that we face as a council is that government provides information on our funding very late in the budget preparation process. So to be more certain about what that actually means in terms of the detail of our budget is very difficult. It is usual for information from central government to come to us on Christmas Eve. And because of our constitutional processes, the first opportunity that there is really to look at the detailed proposals for our budget is when they go through the scrutiny process. The Scrutiny Management Board took responsibility for scrutinising our budget this year, and there is an opportunity for members of the public to submit questions to the Scrutiny Board, and the detailed proposals at that point are published a week in advance of the Scrutiny Committee meeting. So that was on the 6th of January. So there was detailed information available that members of the public could see and submit questions through scrutiny, or indeed through any of the members of the Scrutiny Management Board committee. But unfortunately, that was the earliest point at which we could publish a detailed set of proposals. If government would like to give us multi-year funding settlements, then we would know in advance what our funding is going to look like, and would be able to consult in much more detail much earlier on in the process with the public, and also provide information to our scrutiny committees to scrutinise proposals in more detail. So I really would encourage members of the public to lobby through MPs and to government to give local authorities multi-year settlements, or to publish their proposed settlements upon us much earlier in the autumn than they do.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And then we come to Ms Reid, CIN Budget, Children and Families, and I have a question in writing. The response suggests that the Children in Need budget is decreased 35.9% in 2023-24 because of more permanent staff. How come the budget for early help in early years, plus 21%, and additional needs, plus 137%, have increased? The new improvement budget is £4,746,000. Looked after children, LAC, budget has increased from 25.737 million to 28.724 million, plus 11.6. Estimated average cost £73,000 per child per year. Support for families is relatively inexpensive and reduces LAC, looked after children. I suggest the Children in Need budget is increased. Also, family group conferences will reduce looked after children, but the improvement plan sent to Ofsted was not amended to FCG, in brackets, targeted for implementation by April 2023. As agreed by the Cabinet, but to determine the FGC model and approach by April 2023. Please fully answer my original question, e.g. numbers of workers in both years for children in need. Thank you. Children and families. Councillor. Now, what number are you?
Number 2.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's a lot in that question.
There's a lot. I'm sorry about that.
No, don't be sorry. I welcome questions. There's a couple of observations, I think a couple of questions, so it's best if I provide a written response. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. We now come to item 6, questions from members of the Council, and there have been no questions submitted by members of the Council. Thank you. Item 7, council tax premiums on second homes and empty properties, pages 51 to 56. Determine options for proposed changes to council tax premiums. I invite the Cabinet Member, Finance, Corporate Services and Planning to introduce and move the report, for which he has 5 minutes, and the Leader of the Council will second the report. And would you like to speak now or at the end of the debate? At the end, thank you, and you will have 3 minutes for that. Now, Cabinet Member, will you please?
Number 4.
Thank you, Chairman. The Government's Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill was published in May 2022 and includes further discretionary options for the application of council tax premiums on empty properties and second homes. Subject to the bill receiving royal assent, the proposed changes will first come into effect on the 1st of April 2024. Billing authorities that wish to be able to adopt any of the changes arising from the bill are required to make a council resolution confirming their intentions at least 12 months prior to the financial year in which the changes will come into effect. This means that we have until the 31st of March this year to move a resolution through the council's governance process and be proposed for adoption by full council if we are to have the freedoms and flexibilities to implement increased council tax charges for second homes and empty properties. The report before us today is the conclusion of that governance process. If approved, this proposal if approved, this proposal will sit alongside the rest of the budget detail and will take effect from the following financial year. And it is included in the figures for Treasury Management Strategy and Council Tax Discount proposals. In the Treasury Management Strategy and the 4-year medium-term financial strategy that form part of the information we have in our agenda packs today. I hope government makes sure that the Levelling Up Bill does not, the Levelling Up Bill does keep to its promised timetable. The government has been woeful in its failure to keep its promises related to reform and enhancement of local government finances. It's really important that a timetable is published and kept to for those issues. It is a persistent concern that Herefordshire residents struggle to buy and rent suitable, affordable accommodation. Measures such as these that are proposed, which are intended as an inducement to property owners to bring empty properties quickly back into occupation and to recognise the impact of on the second home market on housing available for local people, is an important and long overdue addition to the Council's revenue-raising toolkit. If second homeowners seek to avoid these additional charges, they must do so by providing their homes to the visitor economy, thereby increasing visitor numbers and money spent throughout the local economy as a consequence. If the result is that second homes become available for local people to rent longer term or to buy, then that is another positive consequence. In these straitened times, it is appropriate that we maximise the freedoms and flexibilities available in future years to generate income to support statutory, essential and much appreciated discretionary services for the benefit of our residents and our occasional visitors. I hope that Council sees the sense in us ensuring that we're able to consider adopting these new charging powers when they come into force, and will support the approval of the recommendations outlined in this report.
Thank you. Now, Leader, are you prepared to second that? Yes. You are, thank you, but you will do it at the end of the debate. Thank you. Now, can please members indicate if they have any questions or comments? Councillor Kenyon.
Number 25.
Councillor Kenyon, all yours.
Thank you,
And you
Chairman.
have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. We can do a lot of things in 3 minutes, can't you? I've been it's good looking in there. I've asked a few questions before the meeting, so some of these answers have been made aware because couples that own 2 houses and their children rent it and that sort of stuff, under this scheme, they don't, it's covered, if you know what I mean, which is good. Long-term care home users, if you go into care, you still pay council tax, but if it's going to be doubled, that would put an additional problem for them. How would you police this? I know it's read the 24,000 in second homes in Wales. There is lots of beautiful countryside. In fact, on that, I'd like to make this public. You did say it's going worldwide, Chairman. I was reading recently a popular magazine from The Sun on Sunday, and the Wye Valley is the #2 destination in the world to visit. And I'm not sure how many other councils picked up that, but the #2 destination tourism. So I understand what Councillor Harvey's saying about increasing tourism. But how would we police this? Would it, is it within what we've already got? Is there additional officers need to be brought in? And would the revenue that potentially could come in, would it cover those officers? As with anything, with any good idea, there's a counter idea, and the loopholes that would obviously and would creep in. So it wouldn't take long for that fund to be depleted, as I think is happening in Wales. So are we looking at people snitching on each other and causing issues within neighbourhoods? I kind of welcome this, but I think there's some potential issues in and around it and how we police it and how we use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments? Yes, Councillor Swinglehurst.
I'm also broadly in favour of this. Curious about houses that have been empty for some time in planning terms and whether or not they still constitute a residence, and if we can join these two things together as to, well, it's a residence if you've been paying consistently the council tax, and if the council tax has not been paid, therefore it would have to be paid in arrears in order for it to remain a residence, so that we don't get a kind of break where it's where a building has been empty, tax has not been paid, and then sometime at the end of that period, magically it becomes a residence in planning terms. So just sort of making sure there's a level playing field there.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Shaw.
And then Councillor James.
Number 13, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I would just want to caution that the 6,900 figure in paragraph 8, only being derived from census data, may turn out to be inaccurate, and the resulting figure being lower. A concern then that might affect the MTFS. And I think Councillor Kenyon and I are thinking along the same lines. Is the Cabinet Member really confident that the Finance Department has sufficient resource to determine the true figure and police this policy?
Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Watson, number 17.
Thank you. My ward is Kernbridge, and I have I actually have an above average of second homes, and I think this will be very welcomed by my local population and local families who can't buy a local home and have their loved ones come near, because if you look at the recent planning applications, I have more holiday lets coming in than I have of actually permanent dwellings. So I welcome this proposal, and I think that many residents in my ward would also welcome it too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor James, number 15.
Can I say I welcome this? I'm sorry we are behind some other councils in introducing this proposal. But I have to say my concern is over whether people are going to find ways around it. And the letting for holiday is one of those whereby second house owners maybe, and I don't know the minutiae of the legislation, but if one pitches a rental for a property at an exuberant rate, then you qualify not to have this particular tax. So I may be wrong on that, but it's slightly worrying that there may be loopholes that some second home owners and vacant properties may be able to get round. But on the principle, I wholeheartedly endorse this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any other? Yes.
Councillor
Councillor
Matthews, number 21.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a brief comment on the recommendations. It says, subject to the reference legislation being approved. Can anyone tell us what the general feedback is, and is it likely to be approved?
Right, thank you. I'm sure we'll have an answer on that. Who's going to answer to this? You will-
So, Councillor Summers, number 18.
Right, Councillor Simmons, please.
Number 18.
Silence.
It's
Councillor, oh,
I'm just, you know, there's always going to be loopholes. We can't stop doing things because there's a loophole. You know, somebody along the line will find a loophole. I remember in delivery and manufacturing, it was very tight. And people found loopholes, so they went to the different tax breaks. So yeah, loopholes are part of doing business. Thank you.
thank you. Do you have any more speakers? Right. Councillor Harvey, you will have your summing up, but first of all, your seconding, I think, please. Number...
Councillor Kenyon has his hand raised.
Councillor Kenyon?
So thank you. I did ask a question about care homes and whether they...
It'll be answered in the summing up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think you're on air
Thank you,
yet.
Councillors. I'm pleased to second this motion. This is an option opened up by the current government, which will enable local authorities to increase their income, something that the government seems to encourage through local means rather than providing finance themselves, in effect increasing the burden of tax locally. In which case, woe betide a council that does not take advantage of this opportunity. The potential benefit will be in 2024 and 25 and thereafter, and will help to close the financing gap in that year and thereafter, so it is to be welcomed. Speakers have mentioned the potential risks. The effect of this measure might be to cause people to sell their second homes. This would be a good result, given our shortage of homes and the effect that the extra demand has on our housing market. But I have to say I think this is unlikely. The increase in cost is not so very great. Individuals may try to find their way around things, but I think, as Councillor Summers has said, that is not a reason to reject this proposal. In the cases where there is some social problems caused by this particular legislation, we will need to find a way around that ourselves. This week, Cornwall County Council passed a motion asking their leader to write to the government, urging them to increase the cap to 300%. This is something that we as a cabinet may well wish to consider. The figures become eye-watering at that level. Given group leaders' comments at the cabinet meeting when this was discussed, I fully expect this recommendation to be approved, and I urge you to vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harvey.
Number 4.
Your right of reply.
Yes, thank you. A number of questions have been asked by members during the course of this debate. Do we have the resource to police this as a process? Well, you would not expect us to put the resource in place ahead of council giving us permission to implement these new powers. So, assuming that we do get permission to do that in a few minutes, we'll take the time between now and when the powers come into effect in 2024 to make sure that we are in a position to operate this scheme and to understand where we have our second homes. I take Councillor Shaw's point that you know, the most currently available figures to us may be slightly out of date. we will again be making every effort to make sure that we have as accurate a set of figures as possible, and we can take the time to do that over the next 12 months. The law will come into effect if the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill receives its royal assent. So the powers to do this are, awaiting government processes. So we hope and expect that that will happen, and it will happen in a time frame that allows us to take benefit from this in next financial year. And yes, there may be loopholes. I'm sure people will try and find ways of avoiding making these payments. We do have ways and means to identify where we feel second homes are in operation, and as you would expect, we'll not be disclosing those, but we will be using those to best effect. And householders, if they're able to demonstrate that these are not second homes and they're not empty properties, then they will have every opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Is that it? Right?
Have I missed your question, Councillor Kenyon?
On about me?
Number 25.
So it was about...
Sorry, it's about people going from their homes into long-term care.
Okay. It is possible to have a holiday on your council tax payments if you go in for respite and that sort of thing. So it is that's part of the rules that we already have in place. So anyone who is entering the care system and they're not sure whether or not they're going to stay there, but they are going for a significant period of time, they can receive a let-off on their council tax payments for the period that they're not in their home.
Thank you.
Can I come back on that, Chair? Very quickly.
No, sorry.
This.
We must move on. I think that is now the point where you have the recommendations in front of you and on the screen, I believe. I can't see the screen, but they should be in front of you in print. And I would now call upon the monitoring officer to conduct a recorded vote.
Thank you, Chairman.
Can we have the microphone for the... Are you right?
Hello? Yes, thank you. If councillors could please indicate when their name is called whether they are for this motion, against this motion, or they wish to abstain. Councillor Graham Andrews. Councillor Paul Andrews.
Can we, sorry, the recommendations are not in the paperwork in front of us, and they're not on the screens. I wouldn't.
Well, I will read them out for you then.
That would be helpful, just in terms of making a sound.
That's fine. Thank you. So I thought they were up there. The recommendations are: A, Council approves the following additional council tax premiums to be applied from the 1st of April 2024, subject to the reference legislation being approved. 100% premium for second homes, 100% premium for properties which have been empty and unfurnished for a period of between 1 and 2 years. Are you all clear on that? Thank you. So, Monitoring Officer, all yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I shall start again. Please could you speak very loudly, because I'm not going to make sure that your mics are on when I ask you to indicate. So again, if you could please indicate whether you are for this motion, against this motion, or you wish to abstain. Councillor Graham Andrews. For. Councillor Paul Andrews. For. Councillor Polly Andrews. For. Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Bartram. For. Councillor Balderson. Councillor Bolter. For. Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Bowes. For. Councillor Chowns. For. Councillor Crockett. For. Councillor Gemma Davis. For. Councillor Claire Davis. For. Councillor Durkin. For. Councillor Fagan. For. Councillor Foxton. Councillor Gandy. Councillor Guthrie. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Harrington. Councillor Harvey. Councillor Hay. Councillor Hitchner. Councillor Howells. Thank you. Thank you. Absent. Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Lanson. Councillor James. Councillor Graham Jones. Councillor Mike Jones. Councillor Kenyon. Councillor Lester. Councillor Marsh. Councillor Matthews. Councillor Millmore. Councillor Milne. Councillor Norman. Councillor Price. Councillor Probert. Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stark. Councillor Stone. Councillor Summers. Councillor Swinglehurst. Councillor Simmons. Councillor Tillett. Councillor Toynbee. Councillor Tyler. Councillor Watson. Councillor Wilding.
Again, I'm sorry, 4.
Thank you. I just topped them up.
Yes, it looks like unanimous.
Yes. Do you want to bring it out, Chairman? 47. It's unanimous. 47 votes in favour, unanimous.
That is a unanimous result of approval for that particular motion. Thank you. So, council tax premiums on empty homes, that has been passed. Thank you very much indeed. We now move to item 8, 2023-24, Council Tax Reduction Scheme, pages 57 to 196. To approve the 2023-24 Local Council Tax Reduction CTR scheme. And I invite the Cabinet Member for Finance, Corporate Services and Planning to introduce and move the report, for which you have 5 minutes. Councillor Harvey, the leader of the council, I believe, will second the report. And would you like to speak now or later? Speak now. Right, well, after Councillor Harvey. Thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Number 4.
Thank you, Chair. This report outlines the proposed level of the council tax reduction scheme here in Herefordshire for the next financial year. In 2021-22, the level of discount under this scheme was increased for the first time ever to 100%, and that has been it has been maintained at that level since. We propose that this 100% discount is maintained for the coming year, and in doing so make provision in this decision report for over 11,500 households at least across the county to pay no council tax whatsoever. As an administration, we are determined to ensure that hard-up households are supported during this cost of living crisis and throughout the development of this year's very difficult budget. Planning to waive all council tax payments for households in financial difficulty is one of the important ways in which we are continuing to take a targeted approach to delivering financial assistance to those most in need. In the budget consultations, there is also strong support from the public for maintaining a 100% discount level for this discretionary provision, and I commend the report to Council here today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, will you now do your seconding?
Yes, I will second if I may. Yes. So this recommendation was agreed last year, since when there has been a worsening of financial circumstances for residents. So it has my wholehearted support, and I expect the same from fellow councillors. This is something which on consultation showed that the vast majority of people in Herefordshire support, and I thank them for their generous spirit, which makes this such a great county. I have no hesitation in asking councillors to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Please can members indicate if they have any questions or comments?
So we actually have a list already.
What?
Chairman. We have a list already.
You have a list. Well
Yep.
done.
So
Can you start off?
Councillor Gandy is the first speaker, and that's number 6.
I welcome this report and I welcome the continuation of the 100% council tax reduction for those that fall within the criteria of as the report states. However,
Carry on.
However, there are a significant group of people who we probably all know within our wards who, for whatever reason, fall just outside any form of benefit whatsoever, sometimes by very, very little. They're not entitled to pension credit, or they're not entitled to council tax credit, and they're not entitled to the council tax reduction scheme. And yet, when all of the benefits are added up to perhaps the person who lives next door to them, who is equally on a low income, they find themselves in a situation where they are responsible for paying their council tax, paying for the higher cost of living, paying for all the extra energy costs that are with us at this present moment in time. And therefore, because they are not entitled to a council tax reduction scheme, are in fact having money coming into their house which is less than those who are entitled. And I think when we pass this today, which is something I absolutely support, we should remember that there are a group of people who unfortunately fall through the net, who end up in a worse position than some of the people who will be entitled to this, and that those people, we and the government, needs to look very carefully at and see how, going forward, we can support them as well as those that we've identified within this particular report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Matthews, number 21.
Chairman, first of all, I agree with the previous speaker on the points that she's raised, very valid. The True Independent supports these recommendations, but I would like to ask Mr Lovegrove, I think, because I raised it at Cabinet and he told me he'd give us an answer. We're a very, as far as wages are concerned in this county, we're on the low side compared to the majority of other counties and authorities in the country. Can you tell me our figures of 11,503 compare to other adjoining authorities, please?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor Paul Andrews.
Yes, the officer will not be responding to this. The Cabinet member is responsible and will make the answer. Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Paul Andrews, number 12.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo what has just been said so far from Councillor Gandy and Councillor Matthews. There is support as well, hopefully the Cabinet member will actually confirm this, for people that are actually out of the system, that actually do not come into this at the moment if they're in hardship. And we fully support that as a council to make sure that anybody who needs help gets the help from us. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now,
next speaker is Councillor Kenyon, number 25.
Councillor Kenyon.
Thank you, Chairman, again. Slightly differently, I believe everybody should pay something. And if you don't pay anything, there's no value to it. So that's my belief. It's not, I know it's not what the room shares, but there'll be many people out there. There's the gap between working poor and people able to claim is getting smaller and smaller, as pointed out by Councillor Gandy. And that is a concern for me, that you push them. So if everyone paid a little bit, or a little bit less, or a little bit more, it would be a better thing. And the CTR scheme of kind of feels like coming cap in hand to the council is not one I'm comfortable with, because you have to lay your finances out on the line for potential council discounts, and people aren't comfortable with that, so many people won't come forward. It's the I'll get by, I'll cope syndrome. So those are my views, but I will be supporting it.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Councillor Summers, number 18.
Councillor Summers.
Yeah. Thank you. I agree with this, but I'm also very concerned about the working poor. One of the issues we have in the world today is that companies are hiring part-time only in order not to pay a lot of monies. But those part-time hours quite often don't give a person or a family enough money to live on. So I think, and I'm happy to see that there is something available, but I think we need to make sure that is better known and more well known, because there are a great number that do fall between the floorboards, or whatever you want to call it, because of this part-time situation in work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
And the last speaker, Councillor James, number 15.
Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, we support this particular proposal, but there is, this problem. I hate this term, the working poor. I do think people who work on low income, it's a rather patronising expression for people who work. And, we should be looking at, and government should be looking at some sort of tapering of support. Because, you can be on one figure and you are legally entitled to some support. Just above that, it's discretionary and almost looked upon as charity. And I think that's grossly unfair. But that's not for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now we have no more speakers.
No, Chairman.
Councillor Harvey, will you respond to the debate, please?
Number 4.
And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the comments that have come from the floor in debate. We have made provision in the main budget for an additional £1.7 million to be made available for providing additional support to hard-up households which may not qualify for the council tax discount or may be facing hardship in other areas. So that is another targeted form of support that we're providing, which amounts to more than 1.5% of the council tax raising powers that we have, and that's targeted specifically at those most in need. So I hope that Councillor Gandy and Councillor Kenyon and others will support our main budget proposals, and we can take that forward. Councillor Matthews asking how we compare with other adjacent authorities. Government publishes figures on its website for all councils for the council tax reduction schemes that they have in place, publishing figures for their claimants both for working and pensioner households, and that's available at the press of a Google search. In terms of the different rates that are applied by adjacent authorities to us, Shropshire give an 80% discount, so does South Gloucestershire, and 100% discounts are offered by Staffordshire. Worcestershire go between 80 and 100 because this is dealt with at their district level, and Oxfordshire also give a 100% discount. And Councillor Summers, yes, we do make every effort to publicise this scheme widely. It's not just council's own services that can be approached, but also partner organisations are aware, Age UK and Citizens Advice, to name but two. So there are lots of ways that people can find out about these discounts and the support services, and all approaches are dealt with confidentially.
Thank you, Councillor. That's it. Good. Now we will come to the vote, and the monitoring officer will conduct a recorded vote. And the recommendation is A, the council tax reduction scheme for 2023-24 with the same parameters as the existing scheme be approved.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, councillors, if you could indicate very clearly whether you are for this motion, against it, or you wish to abstain. Councillor Graham Andrews. For. Councillor Paul Andrews. For. Councillor Polly Andrews. For. Councillor Bartlett. For. Councillor Bartram. For. Councillor Balderson. For. Councillor Bolter. For. Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Bowes. For. Councillor Chowns. For. Councillor Crockett. For. Councillor Gemma Davis. For. Councillor Claire Davis. For. Councillor Durkin. For. Councillor Fagan. For. Councillor Foxton. For. Councillor Gandy. For. Councillor Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Hardwick.
For.
Councillor Harrington.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Councillor Hay.
For.
Councillor Hitchner.
For.
Councillor Lanson.
For.
Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Graham Jones.
For.
Councillor Mike Jones.
For.
Councillor Kenyon.
For.
Councillor Lester.
For.
Councillor Marsh.
For.
Councillor Matthews.
For.
Councillor Millmore.
For.
Councillor Milne.
For.
Councillor Norman.
For.
Councillor Price.
For.
Councillor Probert. Councillor Shaw.
For.
Councillor Stark. Councillor Stone.
For.
Councillor Summers.
For.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
For.
Councillor Simmons.
For.
Councillor Tillett.
For.
Councillor Toynbee. Councillor Tyler. Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Wilding. Thank you.
That's again unanimous, 47 votes.
That was a unanimous vote in approval of this scheme. 47 out of 47. Thank you very much indeed. So that scheme will go ahead. Now, come to item number 9, 2023-24, Capital Investment Budget and Capital Strategy Update, pages 197 to 474. To approve the Capital Investment Budget and Capital Strategy for 2023-24 onwards. And I invite the Cabinet Member Finance, Corporate Services and Planning to introduce and move the report, for which he has 5 minutes. The Leader of the Council will second the report. And would you like to speak now or at the end of the debate? At the end, which you will have 3 minutes as well. So, Councillor Harvey.
Number 4.
Thank you, Chairman. The current approved capital programme and forecast outturn is provided in the Appendix B to the capital report of this programme. We propose to add a further £12 million of projects for the coming financial year. And these are detailed at Appendix A. In total, the work programme for 23-24 comprises £46 million worth of continuing and new projects, and the overall value of the capital programme proposed in total is nearly £470 million, with only 30% of this being funded through borrowing. All projects in the programme have been approved based both on a business case need and in terms of the business case detailing our approach to delivery. And these business cases have been provided to the scrutiny process and they have been considered by Scrutiny Management Board and are publicly available. Not all bids for funding made it through the review process, but for those that have fallen short, more work will be done to assess need and to understand options to afford and to deliver in the future. The programme presented in a time of financial constraint continues prudently to deliver a wide range of community infrastructure, transport, education, public realm, economic development, heritage and social care investments which strengthen and improve daily life for our residents across the county. I commend the additions to the programme and the overall programme itself to this council.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, do we have members who wish to speak? Councillor Lester first, I think, then Councillor Swinglehurst and Councillor Kenyon.
Thank you, Chairman. It's pleasing to see that there are many worthwhile projects that are scheduled in the capital budget. For example, to improve schools, green home update grants, grants for amending homes for people with disabilities, natural flood management, and all of this is very, very encouraging. It's also important to note that the government has increased the amount of grant funding to maintain roads. As I stated in a cabinet meeting a couple of weeks ago, since 2019, this administration has received £63 million from central government for highway maintenance. So given the worthwhile projects that are listed in the capital plan, I'm happy to vote in favour of this capital budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Swinglehurst, number 14.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
Thank you. Yeah, so I agree with Councillor Lester's a lot of very good things in this capital plan. A couple of things, though, that I just want to point out or consider. The £73,000 or thereabouts for the 4 e-cargo bikes, I think that the total there with all costs taken is somewhere over £80,000. Whether or not that's actually, and this is a sort of slightly new concept, whether we get carbon bang for our buck. In other words, if we have a way of measuring the carbon reduction benefits of one investment over another, and whether 4 e-cargo bikes is a better investment of £80,000 than, say, retrofitting a fuel-poor household, and that we perhaps need to develop that within business cases to have a carbon value for money concept. So I would just leave that there. And the other thing that struck me is the funding for the wetlands is £2 million, but I recall that we had £2 million from the New Homes bonus and £1 million from the LEP. So I'm wondering where in the accounting the extra £1 million has gone, and why that has not yet produced the unblocking of the moratorium to the sale of credits, and actually got some houses being built now, some 3 years on. And in terms of sort of, again, the value for money being seen in that investment, 3 million or 2 million, according to where the other million is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Kenyon, number 25.
Councillor Kenyon.
Thank you, Chairman. This is just a question. You brought up is the nearly £500,000 that's being spent on rough sleeping, and that's the accommodation strategy. Do we know how many rough sleepers we've got in Hereford or Herefordshire at the moment? And obviously it changes, but what have we got at the moment?
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Shaw, number 13.
Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. The delivery of the capital programme has not met budget in previous years. As a significant amount of the upfront revenue costs of the projects, for example for design and project management, cannot be capitalised until the projects meet milestones, to what extent do such delays impact on the revenue budget, and how is this being taken account of? Can the council be advised ballpark of the revenue waiting to be capitalised in this way?
Thank you, Councillor. And
Next speaker, Councillor Harrington, number 3.
Councillor Harrington.
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to say something in response to both Councillor Lester and Councillor Swinglehurst's points, which are fair points. So in relation to the amount of money we've had from the government, that is correct. However, that is capital that comes through the integrated block and the maintenance block. And that's a 33% decrease in real terms since 2010. The major issue we've had is the complete reduction in revenue. So what all councils have had to do is find ways of turning revenue duties into capital. So the reality is we are significantly reduced and severely depleted in terms of funding for our highways network. And if our contractor is telling us that our network is now £350 million behind being returned to a good state, I believe them. In relation to Councillor Swinglehurst's questions about value for money, that is a fair point, and perhaps Councillor Harvey will give some more comment on that. But it is supposed to be cost neutral. It is proven now that it works. We have a permission that's gone through. We have a system that we can trade with. So given the bumps and pits along the road that we will have to keep an eye on, I think it is good value. And it's a shame that we as a council, rather than our statutory agencies and our government, have had to come up with this mitigation to try and help our businesses in the north, our house builders and developers who are struggling and have lost well over 300 million as an effect of the moratorium, and are losing around about £12 million a month as it is now, in no small part due to the expansion of agriculture, which was not fully, in my opinion, monitored by the previous administration. A huge increase in 2014. We're not blaming this on people who have taken contracts out with big firms like Avara. We're blaming it on the people who haven't overseen this correctly, and some due diligence should have been exercised by both the council and by the big companies.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Matthews, number 21.
Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Only a very quick one, Chairman. It says here, employment land and incubation space in market towns. I've asked this question before. Why are we so strictly everything in market towns? Why couldn't that be within the county generally? If we're looking for employment land, we should be looking throughout the county. Can somebody tell me why it's always earmarked for market towns? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Stark, number 24.
Councillor Stark.
In the capital
Put the microphone nearer to your mouth,
Is it not on?
please.
Okay. I'm never accused of speaking quietly, Chair, so that's the first time. I'd like to refer to the capital strategy, paragraph 111, where it actually talks about ensuring that projects deliver in terms of quality, costs and benefits. One of the main problems with the capital programme is slippage. And time costs money, and we know that it does slip quite badly from year to year. I'm very surprised that the capital strategy itself doesn't stress the need to make sure that projects are delivered on time. Because with the inflation rate that we have, particularly the construction price index inflation rate, I'd have thought that would be a key part of any factor that you'd want to bring into the running of a capital programme like this one. So I would like the executive to look again at the capital strategy, to look at again at whether they can emphasise the need for the programme to be delivered on time. I understand that projects can disappear because the funding doesn't come about or because there are other technical reasons. But I do think that one of the main problems we do have in this council is delivering the capital programme on time, and that costs money. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
No further speakers, Chairman?
Any further speakers? Yes, Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that we will support this proposal. The concerns, though, I think that we have, and I think the public have, is named projects, is the continuous, never-ending overspends on projects, which ultimately have an effect on our revenue budget.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor
Davis?
Davis, number 4.
Yeah, just to come back on that, the never ending suggests that every single project that we've done is overspent. I think we can look at projects such as Marlborough School that was delivered on time and on budget. So I think it's quite a broad statement for you to say there, Councillor James, if you don't mind me saying.
Right, thank you. Do we have any other speakers? No. Leader, your summary.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to support this recommendation, which was considered in some depth by the Scrutiny Committee. Total budgeted expenditure is £140 million next year, which is a considerable amount of money and quite a lot more than previous years. This includes some large projects which have taken some time to put together. I'm particularly pleased to see such a commitment to the education of the children in the county, with £26 million being committed to schools, including buildings, and a further £14 million on the museum and Maylords, each of which I see as projects to help with wider education. So I'm pleased to see that we can support children in this way. As Councillor James has said, managing these projects and keeping them within budget is very important. And I do believe that we now have in place systems to alert us to any possible overspend so that appropriate action can be taken. I'm pleased that we have secured funding for the Transport Hub, and I look forward to that project also being completed on time, which is by March 2025, which itself will be a challenge, and again within budget. Councillor Matthews has mentioned about the concentration on market towns. I think we would say as an administration that previously the concentration has been on the city of Hereford, and we need to spread the favours around the county. So the next step is to move out towards the market towns. We now have some plans for those market towns, and I think he's right that the next thing needs to be filling in the gap. I think we will be looking at that in the future. We now have some plans for the market towns, and we need to work out a way of working out what sort of policy we need for the broader towns, and it may well be that will come out of the core strategy. And I'm putting there Councillor Harvey in the block. So I do commend this budget to you, which I think has broad support. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Harvey.
Number 4.
Summing up and responding to some of the statements made and the questions made.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The value for money in terms of carbon reduction, environmental impact is considered as part of the business case preparation for all projects, and we do look from an environmental perspective. And we have a section in all of our decision reports relating to the environment, and that's just appropriate in having as unanimously declared a climate emergency as a council back in early 2019. So we can always improve on that, and very happy to take suggestions as to how we might do that. But that is something that is looked at. But I think we don't play one project off against another in that regard. We look at them in absolute terms. Wetland funding, it has taken a long time. It's a long road to push. We're doing something that hasn't been approved in terms of certain nutrient neutrality provision anywhere in the world in terms of a traded phosphate credit scheme. We've now got that approved. We've got the first planning applications going through the process. We've received the first approval back from Natural England for one of the applications, and we hope that that will give us confidence that there will be a smooth path for the other applications that are also put to Natural England as a statutory consultee. We completed this week on the purchase of the land at Tarrington for another of our wetlands, so we now have Luston, Titley and Tarrington confirmed, and they will be all going ahead, and we're looking for more sites. So it is happening. Councillor Kenyon, number of rough sleepers, we'll get a written answer to you on that. Councillor Shaw asking about the revenue that is waiting to be capitalised. I can get you a written answer on that as well. I don't have that at my fingertips. You are right, though. It is something that we do have to take forward to a certain point using the capacity of our own officers, and that does actually contribute to the delay sometimes when our officers are, required to address unplanned for activity within their service areas. That's just part of, the uncertainty of delivery. However, we have got the project management office in place now, so we have professional project managers either supporting service areas or leading on the delivery of capital programmes. So they are to time and to cost much more so than under previous administrations. Councillor Matthews, thank you again for the question on market towns, which you put to the Cabinet meeting. We have economic development plans in the market towns, and we have, as part of the core strategy, allocated employment land for growth in the city and in the market towns. We look to neighbourhood development plans put forward by parishes to identify suitable employment sites in the rural communities, and will continue to do so. Yes, Councillor Stark, slippage is an issue, and we're hoping, our project management approach is going to minimise that. This was also discussed at the Scrutiny Management Board, where you brought it up, and we do recognise the impact of inflation if projects continue to slip. But we have also pulled forward funding from 24-25 financial year in order to try and make sure that we get more of the work underway. We will deal with any increases in budgets as they occur and modify the programme and borrowing provision accordingly. Councillor James, once again, as you did in Cabinet, you've made general and unsubstantiated claims about large overspends on projects. You have been asked to provide examples, as you have done with other claims that you've made under committee and council privilege. You haven't provided any. If you do wish to provide some, I will look into them, but don't bring St Owen Street up again, because you had a fulsome explanation in the Cabinet meeting as to why that project has not overspent.
Thank you.
Councillor James, number 15.
No. I'm sorry, it's not allowed. Sorry about that. It's in the Constitution. No, I'm sorry. My legal eagle advises me very strongly that the Constitution says we can't do it. Thank you. Now, the recommendations are: A, approve the proposed capital programme from 2023-24 attached at Appendix C, and approve the capital strategy at Appendix D, and a recorded vote is required. So, Monitoring Officer, will you please?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. Again, councillors, if you could indicate whether you are for this motion, against this motion, or you wish to abstain. Again, if you could speak loudly when you respond. Councillor Graham Andrews. For. Councillor Paul Andrews. For. Councillor Polly Andrews. Councillor Bartlett. For. Councillor Bartram. For. Councillor Balderson. For. Councillor Bolter. For. Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Bowes.
For.
Councillor Chowns. For. Councillor Crockett. Councillor Gemma Davis. Councillor Claire Davis. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Fagan. Councillor Foxton. Councillor Gandy. Councillor Guthrie. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Harrington. Councillor Harvey.
Oh, 4.
Councillor Hay. Councillor Hitchner. Councillor Anson. Councillor James.
4.
Councillor Graham Jones. Councillor Mike Jones. Councillor Kenyon. Councillor Lester. Councillor Marsh. Councillor Matthews. Councillor Millmore. Councillor Milne. Councillor Norman. Councillor Price. Councillor Probert. Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stark. Councillor Stone. Councillor Summers. Councillor Swinglehurst. Councillor Simons. Councillor Tillett. Councillor Toynbee. Councillor Tyler. Councillor Watson. Councillor Wilding. Again, that's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Again, a unanimous vote, 47 for, none abstaining, none objecting. So, that is carried very effectively. Thank you. So now we move to more weighty subjects. Item 10, 2023-24 budget setting, pages 475-612. To approve the 2023-24 budget and associated medium-term financial strategy, treasury management strategy and minimum revenue provision. Please note the addendum to the Cabinet's budget published on the 9th of February and the proposed budget amendments published in the Budget Amendments Supplement on the 9th of February. Please also note the Section 25 additional statement from the Section 151 officer in relation to the addendum and budget amendment. Each of these documents have been printed and copies are provided on your desks. And lastly, please also note the Budget Council Meeting Procedure 2023 published on the 3rd of February. As there has been an amendment proposed to the budget, the initial debate under this item will be on the budget recommended by the Cabinet. Once there has been sufficient debate on the Cabinet's budget, I will move to the amendment. And I invite the Cabinet Member Finance, Corporate Services and Planning to remove the report on the 2023-24 budget, which you have 10 minutes. The Leader of the Council will second the report. Is that true? Thank you. Do you want to speak now or reserve your right? You speak now, right. And you have 5 minutes for that. And then we will invite group leaders to speak in the order of Councillor Harrington, Councillor Lester, Councillor Chowns, Councillor James and Councillor Matthews. But first of all, Councillor Harvey.
Number 4.
Thank you, Chair. After delivering last year on the biggest programme of in-year savings this Council has ever been faced with, and the county and the country starting to move on from the worst effects of the recent pandemic, this should have been a budget in which we looked forward to better times. Instead, we find ourselves impacted by the worst economic and cost of living crisis in a generation, alongside spiralling food and fuel costs, which disproportionately affect the least well-off households, which also rely the most on the support services that councils provide. Whilst councils have been provided with a funding settlement which doesn't go near addressing the impact of inflation pressures and continues the government's austerity policy of squeezing our pips. It has been highlighted by the Local Government Association and the County Councils Network that for ministers' statements on council funding to be truthful, all councils are expected to raise their council tax by the maximum the government allows. In addition, government has designed this year's settlement to drive out the funding some councils holding their reserves in order for them to achieve balanced budgets. This perfect storm of circumstances has driven many councils beyond the point where they're able to construct balanced budgets. I am pleased to say, despite the impact of the current and forecast inflation, we are tightly managing our own service pressures and making changes to the way we plan to deliver services in the future so that we can present a balanced budget for Herefordshire to Council today. Herefordshire's funding settlement is once again lower in terms of our need than most of our comparator councils, and this means we're needing to propose the full 2.99% uplift in general council tax and to implement the 2% uplift ring-fenced for social care. This is, of course, as government intended. In reluctantly exercising this local tax-raising power, we are very aware that it places a further burden on our residents at a time of unprecedented difficulty. However, our public consultations have indicated that we continue to have public support for the principle that council tax is the fairest way to raise the majority of our local income. By this approach, the better off amongst us continue to pay proportionally more towards the delivery of council services, which the least well off amongst us continue to benefit from the most. Alongside the better off contributing their fair share, we have continued to increase the financial support we're dedicating to assist the least well off, and we have already approved in this meeting continued 100% council tax discount for our discretionary council tax reduction scheme, and in addition to this budget makes provision for 1.7 million of discretionary funding for continuing our hardship scheme to support households in other ways than providing council tax support. I am pleased that as a Cabinet we're able to present to Council here today a balanced budget which delivers investment in community infrastructure and service transformation, whilst continuing to provide all our statutory services and the discretionary services which so many of our residents experience and value on a daily basis. We continue to successfully manage increased demand pressures in our Adults and Communities Directorate for adult and older people's social care, social housing, our very successful work supporting homeless people. This work sits alongside successful work we're doing to extend the increasingly popular Talk Community network of community-led hubs and projects, providing advice and support across Herefordshire and enabling local people to find local solutions to local problems. On this, I am pleased to be able to make an additional £200,000 provision from our Rural Services grant this year for parishes to receive grants so volunteer footpath groups can undertake improvement projects and buy the necessary gates, footbridges, stiles, etc. to keep walkers safe as they enjoy our countryside. We plan to continue to invest in improvement and change in our Children's Directorate and have allocated £4 million to fund further transformation initiatives recommended by our Children's Commissioner and, importantly, to extend shared working between children and adults where service areas are tackling similar issues and there are economies and efficiencies to be realised from closer collaboration. In our Economy and Environment Directorate, work continues to keep our county safe, clean, moving, developing, recycling, economically active, environmentally healthy and regulated. Many of our services delivered by this directorate are the ones most of us benefit from most frequently in our daily lives, and we are proud to have maintained our commitment to invest in our libraries, museum, market towns, economy, environment, transport network, climate change action and river restoration. And on that subject, we are proposing to accelerate the work of the Phosphate Commission in securing improved river health and accelerating the lifting of the disastrous moratorium on development in the Lug catchment, with £480,000 from this year's Rural Services grant. This funding will enable us to make further progress in implementing a robust programme to reduce phosphate pollution in all its forms and to bring in matched and additional funding for the project from government and from the private sector. The pollution of our rivers is a tragedy which must be reversed swiftly. The consequent stop placed on our economy is costing local construction companies more than £12 million a month in lost trade and harming the shops and businesses which depend on the spending created by this industry. I'd like to take a moment here to thank Councillor Roger Phillips for his continued hard work on behalf of Herefordshire, but also on behalf of all councils experiencing rural sparsity and additional consequent expense in delivering their services, in his role as chairman of the Rural Sparsity Group of Councils. The additional grant funds we have received offset the effects of inflation over the last 3 years when this grant has remained static in cash terms. The 4-year medium-term financial strategy, which looks out beyond the time frame of the next 12 months, is built upon prudent planning assumptions and has future years funding uncertainty of only around 2% of our gross income. Our budget proposes to deliver 14 million of savings and efficiencies across all service areas, and in doing this, we are taking into consideration the feedback received from residents and business through public consultations undertaken both face-to-face and online. Progress in delivering these savings will be reported monthly to Cabinet for assurance and oversight. Our total capital investment programme for this year exceeds 140 million. The overall capital programme is close to 470 million, with only 30% of that funded through borrowing. Our general reserves remain at the top end of the statutory requirement, which is 5% of our turnover, and our earmarked reserves make provision for a wide range of known and unknown future demands on our resources. Our approach to Treasury management continues to be prudent and to take account of expert advice of our advisors and our officers. I'd like to take this opportunity also to thank all our officers and staff for the hard work that they have put in over many months to build this budget, and also to thank members of Scrutiny who devoted many hours to exploring the detail of the programme that we're presenting here today. I welcome their comments and recommendations which form part of today's agenda pack. I note that, unlike 4 years ago, no shadow budget has been developed by any opposition group wanting to demonstrate their readiness and ability to provide an alternative approach to delivering council services the other side of the local May elections. Consequently, the budget proposals before us are the only ones which are on the table and have gone through the rigorous examination that is required under our Constitution. Despite the difficult circumstances we continue to face, this budget proposes to spend more money on delivering services to Herefordshire's residents in 2023 than we have spent in 2022, and includes a wide range of exciting and innovative programmes of work, in addition to continuing the many important day-to-day services which comprise the core business of this council. I commend this budget to Council and look forward to all corners of this chamber for its support.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hitchener, will you do your piece now?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes. No, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah. I'm pleased to second this motion. Along with Councillor Harvey, I'd like to thank the many officers and my Cabinet colleagues for the preparation of this budget, which has taken many months to prepare. We began with a calculation of the likely cost to be incurred in the year 2023-24, with a recognition of substantial costs driven higher by inflation, in particular in the Children's and Adults Directorates. And in case of the Children's Directorate, attributable to the increased attention which is right and proper to give to the Children's Directorate to make us a council fit to deliver for children in our county. The amount arrived at initially was an overall increase of around 20%. Whilst not a total surprise, this was a significant challenge, along with the realisation that probably in this particular year, central government was probably pretty unlikely to cover any gap. And so we had to take account of that and consider very seriously the fact that we were going to have to be funding most of this ourselves. We have produced a balanced budget. We've managed to close the gap by identifying savings in each directorate, increased revenue, including a council tax increase of 4.99%, and some other measures. We have ended up with a budget, instead of being 20% above what was originally indicated, at 1 or 10%. In comments leading up to this debate, I've heard opposition leaders say that the savings planned are not achievable and reserves are not adequate. So do they wish to propose a different budget with lower savings and a higher level of reserves? Of course not. And they have not. I have also heard it said that the Conservative government will continue its policy of allowing local authorities to increase local taxation rather than increased funding from central government. I wish that was not true, but I fear it is, because it follows a pattern of the last 10 years. It is for this reason that councils in this country are taking up the government approach that giving councils permission to increase local taxes by 4.99% without the need for the budget, without the need for a ballot. This applies across the board to Conservative councils as well as others. It seems to me that Conservative-controlled councils are looking at this in the same way as this administration is. Take up this offer, because local authority finance is not looking to be any better for the future. Not increasing taxes by the full amount is not an option for the vast number of councils. Only last week we had another example of the cynical approach of this government, offering an extra £1,000 for care leavers with no indication of where that money was to come from. The likelihood is that this money will have to be found by local authorities. I would like to be proved wrong. This budget has not been prepared as a rush job. Decisions over savings have not been made in isolation, but with a whole council approach. Nor has the proposed increase in council tax been made without our being aware of the added pressures this will place on those with low incomes, which is why we have increased funding for those least able to pay. Councillors, I look forward to you supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Now, we have the group leaders to speak in the order I previously mentioned. They have 5 minutes each. Councillor Harrington, first on the block.
Number 3.
Thank you, Chair. First question, if I speak as a group leader, do I still get the opportunity to speak in the debate?
No, I don't think so, I'm afraid. Your
And
dish
so,
is before you, as you might
and
say.
so if I decline to speak as a group leader, do I get an opportunity to speak in the debate?
Well, I presume.
Chairman, you can do your 5 minutes when you like. You're having the opportunity to do your 5 minutes now, but if you wish to do your 5 minutes later...
Thank you very much.
Absolutely,
Monitoring
yeah.
Officer.
Right.
Yeah.
We then come to Councillor Lester.
Number 5.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for my opportunity to speak as the group leader of the Conservatives. Last year, the Conservative group proposed an amendment to the budget that there would be a nil increase. We did so because there was money there, and we knew that in future years it would not always be possible to do this. This was the response to the cost of living crisis. 22 councillors voted in favour of the proposal. It's a matter of public record, and our names can be found in the minutes. But it was voted down by 27 other councillors. Their names can also be seen in the minutes. They had the opportunity to give the taxpayer a respite from increases, but they did not do so. Had there have been a nil increase last year, some council taxpayers may think that a proposal of 4.99% this year would not be so bad. Regardless of this, we've heard that there are some who will not qualify from a relief scheme who will still struggle to pay the increase. Some council taxpayers may not like council tax increases, mostly, I should imagine, all, but they may be prepared to accept them if they think that money is being well spent. But when the tax increases are voted on and a taxpayer fails to see what they're getting with the extra expense, they would be justified in thinking that these increases are not justified. After all, the council taxpayer has to have something to show for it. I would like to make the point that I've now been given a figure as to the true cost of cancelling the transport packages and the Hereford bypass, Southern Link Road and the Western bypass. The figure is £22,410,645.10. This is assuming that the £1 million set aside to further develop an eastern crossing will be spent. This total figure is the decapitalisation costs, the LEP clawback, the cost of a review, the adjustment of a 106 contribution, and the decision to do a business case to go east. £22.4 million spent, and yet still the council taxpayer has got nothing to show for it. We're considering children's services, and since 2019, the children's budget has gone from 27 million to what is now proposed as 50.8 million. This is a substantial increase. On top of this, since 2020-2021, this administration has spent £22.6 million from reserves. For good reasons, no councillor challenged the need to spend more on children's services. I note the comments of the Chief Executive and we wait the outcome from the Government Minister. We hope there's a positive outcome. However, if this council is no further forward, then the council taxpayer will be right to challenge those responsible and expect, after all this extra expense, that there must be something significant to show for it. I acknowledge the point made about the highways grant, but £63 million from central government is still a huge sum. It will be up to the council taxpayer to judge whether the money has been well spent. I note from the latest budget consultation survey that the highest level of dissatisfaction is with highways and roads, apparently a similar pattern as last year. The key question for me is, would the council taxpayer accept a 4.99% increase in this cost of living increase? The budget survey suggests that only 21% who replied support a 4.99% increase. In conclusion, when it turns out that vast sums have been wasted, and if it turns out that so much money, extra money, has been spent with little or no improvements, then many council taxpayers will not see the 4.99% increase as justified, and it's for this reason that I could not support this budget. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. We now have Councillor Chance, please.
Number 1.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Harvey very much for the incredible amount of hard work and careful attention that she has put into preparation of this budget, working very closely with Cabinet colleagues and also the officer team who've worked extremely hard on this. I'd also like to recognise the efforts that have been put in by colleagues across the Chamber participating in the scrutiny processes.
You are very quiet.
Am I? Goodness.
Yeah, you are.
Surprisingly. I know. I was just thanking colleagues across the Chamber who have put effort into the scrutiny processes over many months, working on developing this budget. There have been numerous opportunities to engage in going through the detail. I think I'd like to draw out a couple of themes from this budget. One key theme is that we are totally focused as a council, as a coalition administration, on ensuring that this is a county that is good for children, particularly for those for whom we have the most responsibility. And it is absolutely right that we have very significantly increased expenditure on children's services in recent times, precisely in order to address the effects of underinvestment in that area for many years, including under previous administrations. And so I think it's important to recognise that we do need to invest in the future of children in this county. It's our top priority. I also very much welcome the proposal that Councillor Harvey explained towards the end of her speech regarding the proposal to put additional investment into strategic work to address the phosphates crisis in our county and to progress work on river restoration. As Councillor Harvey said, as has been highlighted in a public question to this meeting, this issue has had a really devastating effect on the county's economy as a whole, and it is crucial that we, as a council, invest wherever we possibly can, and that includes money as well as time and effort into strategic approaches to finally address that, and to pull together, as we have been doing, other partners to make them play the roles that they really should be doing. And I very much call on our members of Parliament, local partner organisations, including neighbouring councils, to follow us in putting effort and energy into finally addressing that, restoring our river and enabling construction in the north of the county once again. The question of public dissatisfaction with highways has been raised. You know, this isn't a Herefordshire-specific issue, unfortunately. It is symptomatic of the lack of central government investment in public services and public goods, and it is certainly not limited to Herefordshire's borders. I absolutely share the desire for greater investment in the public goods that we all rely on. Unfortunately, we don't have a government that shares that commitment currently. Some other issues have been raised by colleagues who've spoken already. I'm going to allow John Harrington to respond to some of those specific points. And essentially, I would like to commend this budget, which I think is a responsible and forward-looking and strategic budget, a very good budget in very difficult circumstances that have been made harder by central government decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And now we come to Councillor James.
Number 15.
5 minutes.
And I will reserve the right to do as Councillor Harrington has done and reply later in the debate.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Matthews.
Number 21.
Oh, well, that's come on me a little bit quick. I was still busy scribbling away. Thank you, Chairman. What have we got? We've got council tax of 4.9%, plus, I imagine, very large police and fire and parish council precepts. You add them all together, and I understand, Councillor Harvey, before you jump on me, we're only dealing with council tax today, but it's important that we consider those issues when the bill goes out to the taxpayer. It goes without saying that the total demands from these combined services will place an horrendous burden on the taxpayers of this county generally. In my view, it's rural residents who will have severe pressures put on them from these demands, because they have the added cost of fuel to travel into city to work, etc., together with up to £5, £6 per day to park. These costs already have taken a considerable sum out of their wages per week, and they have little or no services provided locally. I am sure there will be many others who will find it difficult with all the other pressures they have upon them at present. The public, Chairman, and I'm sorry to raise this, but it's got to be raised because the public keep raising it with us, still remind us of the many millions spent by the council as regard of court cases and the comments of the judge made in respect of this authority. They haven't forgotten it. It's them that have to keep finding this money. The two independents, I'm sorry to say, are of the view that there is nothing in these proposals such as improved infrastructure, which is what the local business people have been requesting for several years to help get this county moving and help provide the secure, well-paid jobs we so badly need. To have to keep need to help keep our bright young people within the county and also encourage new businesses to come in to the area as well. A prosperous, I say it and I'll say it again, a prosperous local economy is vital to provide the wealth to deliver the services and the funds we need to keep our services going. Because unless we've got a prosperous local economy, it's no good spending money here, there and everywhere unless we've got the rates and the wealth and the well-paid jobs coming in to support them. I would like to thank the Cabinet for the investment of £200,000 to assist the Parish Council to carry out improvements to the public rights of way. As you know, members, I put an amendment down for more, but because there's another amendment, I decided to go that way. So the two independents will not be supporting this budget. I would like to ask Councillor Harvey, if she'd be so kind, do you agree, Councillor Harvey, that all the expenditure will have to be very closely monitored owing to the severe pressures on a number of our services, in particular children's services, and because it's mentioned in the report, and if we don't measure that, we're going to be in more serious trouble. But I know it's difficult times, but we don't feel that things have been done correctly, not only this last few years, but for a number of years, and therefore we cannot support this extra burden on the public generally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And please can members indicate if they wish to speak on the budget recommended by Cabinet in the published report. The budget amendment will follow this debate and will be considered in the order, well, it's just one of them, in fact. So that is the order it'll be in. So, the seconder, you have had your say, and we'll now invite members to put the, what's that?
So Councillor Kenyon would like to speak. Number 25.
Councillor Kenyon. Councillor Kenyon.
I'm possibly the group leader of the ungrouped, being a group of one. So there we go. There's a few questions. How did the Cabinet come up with an 8% uplift on all directorates? As I understand, that's correct. In businesses, and I run businesses, if sales or revenue doesn't come in, you have to cut your cloth and adjust as is. So I'm just wondering why an 8% was put across the board for each directorate to uplift and not, and they weren't asked to live within their means. So that's one question I've got. Here's a saying, it's a bit like, it's not a Churchill moment, but so much is spent on so few, and that's children's services and adult services. I think we should be doing, or could be doing more for vulnerable families to help them, to stop them from sliding into being the few. The 2% now that kind of, 2% on adult social care and children's services, it's a given, but I think it's a bit of smoke and mirrors, really. I think it's one budget that should come out of there, and it should be that it could be spent any way, which way they want. The additional 12 million that was put in to children's services, I'd really like to think that was spent wisely and well, but I think it's caused a lot of upset within those departments, people being brought in on different wage scales and that sort of stuff. It just causes resentment. So rather than money being thrown at these things, I think better leadership and better direction should have been put in. Throwing money at something doesn't make it better. I'll give way there. Thank you.
The next speaker, Councillor Gandy, number 6.
Thank you. I'd just like to touch on two items with regards to with regards to the savings in both Children's Directorate and Adults Directorate. And there is a significant amount of savings being forecast as a result of temporary staff, agency staff, being converted to permanent staff. And I don't think any of us would disagree that that is where we want to be. And I have always supported that point of view. My concern is that I think we are being over-optimistic. I know a lot of work is going on trying to attract social workers to come to Herefordshire on permanent contracts, and I'm hopeful that that will be the case. But social workers come quite often with partners. And somebody has already mentioned earlier in this meeting, Herefordshire is a low-paid economy. It is what it is, and we don't have the Worcester Bosches, the Kinetics, etc. in Herefordshire. So the majority of jobs in Herefordshire do not command high wages. And that is recognised by the levels of council tax that we receive from the type of band of housing that we have. And so we may well be a very attractive place to live, and we definitely are, but we haven't just got to concentrate on being able to attract social workers to come to Herefordshire on permanent contracts. We've got to find a way of encouraging social workers who have partners to also come to Herefordshire and get well-paid jobs. And at the moment, unfortunately, we cannot offer them that. And it's not just social workers, it's the same within teaching, it's the same within the NHS. It is the case that we need to be investing in our economy to bring companies into Herefordshire who will pay good salaries. And that's the way of encouraging social workers to come here on permanent contracts and bring their families with them. Thank you.
Number 13.
Councillor Shaw.
Chair, I wish to make 2 points in relation to the revenue budget. The first is in relation to the change of methodology of the calculation of the minimum revenue provision, or MRP, hidden in page 544 of the report in Appendix D. This will lead to more revenue funding being made available in the short term, but add to the Council's costs in later years. When in 2017 I requested Council to make changes to the MRP methodology to do a similar thing, I was met by a barrage of scepticism from the IOC members, especially from the current Cabinet Member for Finance, who voted against the policy along with her colleagues. Amongst the concerns that were raised with the changes I had made was the charge that it was not felt that the external auditors had provided a clear endorsement of the suggested changes. In 2017, the external auditors were consulted and suggested modifications which reduced the benefit to the Council's revenue budget, but delivered a more prudent approach as demanded by legislation. Whilst I welcome the Cabinet Member for Finance's Damascene conversion to efficient MRP planning, which may or may not have been influenced by the total use of the Financial Resilience Reserve derived from spending those MRP savings, splurging £17.4 million next year to balance the budget, I am very concerned that when I spoke to our external auditor last week, he was totally unaware of the changes that the Cabinet is proposing that the Council rubber stamp today. The statute decrees it is councillors, not the Cabinet Member or the 151 officer, that determine what is prudent in respect of setting MRP. I only presume fellow councillors have a sufficient degree of confidence to do so now without any comment from the external auditor on this matter. I would respectfully suggest that Grant Thornton be asked to give a written opinion before this policy change is implemented. My second point relates to the treatment of inflation in the budget. I raised the issue in the Scrutiny Management Board last month, but don't feel that any granular information has been disclosed in the Cabinet's reply to the recommendations from that committee. Since the setting of the last Conservative budget in February 2019, inflation has added 19.6% in the period based on CPI indices. That would lead me to expect a budget in the region of £180 million if no savings were to be made. The Council is asking for £193 million, effectively a 28% increase over the February 2019 figure. The budget has in previous years used the Office of Budget Responsibility, or OBR, inflation forecasts for its assumptions, and indeed these are cited as authoritative in the Treasury Management Report. For some reason, perhaps just to pad out the figures, they seem to be abandoned any sort of authoritative sources for the revenue budget and relied this year on some sort of crystal ball, which has led, in my view, to an overinflated budget. I believe this Council should not approve the presented budget, but ask that the administration sharpen its collective pencil and adjust the budget through a reduction in the inflation forecasts in their assumptions. That way, either council tax increase could be reduced, reserves retained, or the savings reduced. There should be those options for Council. Thank you.
Just over your time, but only just.
Next speaker, Councillor Gemma Davis, number 4.
Councillor Gemma Davis.
Yeah, you all know that I bang on about being an NHS worker, but I'm incredibly proud to be an NHS worker and proud of my colleagues. And I just wanted to come just to reiterate Councillor Gandhi's approach that it's not about, it's about providing something different here. It's about providing homes, etc. So I just wanted to agree with that, but also to show This is the reason why we've put forward the money for the river restoration, because the most essential thing for a worker to come to Herefordshire is that they have a home. And currently we've got the moratorium, sorry, I can't say that word, my teeth get in the way, the moratorium in the north of Herefordshire, and this is what we're seeking to achieve, so I'm expecting full support for that.
Our next speaker.
Councillor Probert, number 14.
Thank you. Councillor Probert.
Okay, so I'm here to speak on behalf of my residents of Newton Farm. Many of them already struggling with the cost of living, so they will struggle with another increase. Yes, some of them do get the 100% discount, but there are many that aren't eligible and that just are outside this. So on behalf of the fact that I'm speaking for them, I will be voting against it.
Next speaker, Councillor Summers, number 18.
Councillor Summers.
I, for one, hate paying taxes. Always have done. I've been paying it since I was 14, and I'm now 78. However, at the present time, the UK and many other countries are pretty well bankrupt, have been broken by COVID and climate change and a few other things. And while I don't like paying taxes, I have not heard anyone suggesting a way to lower them. I would love to hear it, because I would like to see my taxes lowered. And it would probably, we're in a cost of living crisis. How can you reduce taxes when you can't afford to live? I don't know. It's a complicated one, but I'm all for, not all for raising taxes, but I'm going to have to vote yes because I have no choice. We need money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next one.
Councillor Swinglehurst, number 14.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
I'll dwell briefly on this proposal for 480,000 for river restoration, the Cabinet Commission. Obviously, the Nutrient Management Board has originally been tasked with this job. It doesn't have any budget at all. It doesn't have a budget to buy a biscuit. So it is with a degree of envy that I look upon the proposal for 480,000 for this newly formed Cabinet Commission to do what the Nutrient Management Board would probably quite like to do. Obviously, there's also, I think, government gave 100,000, and there was 40,000 from Welsh Government for Nutrient Management Board. Didn't quite get to the Nutrient Management Board, though. The point made about the importance of the housing in relation both to recruitment, but also as a general point and the impacts on the local economy. And really, it is. I think we all agree on this. It's critical we get this sorted. But there were £2 million taken from the New Homes bonus to put in the wetlands, and an additional £1 million that came from the LEP. So there's £3 million there somewhere that was designed to do that. So I don't really know why, how the 480 would make that any different, because as far as I know, we haven't spent the £3 million that was there in the first place. So I just don't know where the added value is going to come in terms of moving the moratorium on if we haven't already spent the money that we had originally to do that. And I do also share my colleagues' concerns about the methodology behind the inflationary assumptions. It's really important with the cost of living crisis and everything that we are 100% on what these figures mean, and because they are going to have a tremendous impact on all of our residents.
Next speaker, Councillor Stark, number 24.
Councillor Stark.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of observations on this budget, which I do have difficulties with, and I'll explain why. The consultation itself was disappointing again in terms of numbers from a statistical significance point of view. I am pleased that the numbers have increased somewhat from last year, but I don't feel as a council that members can take any confidence in the responses from the consultation exercise because the numbers are so low. The other problem I have, and this is something that we've really got to bear in mind, residents as well as people across the whole UK are not just facing a cost of living crisis now, they're facing that on top of 2 years of COVID hardships that they've had to face. That is a totality that we should bear in mind when we come to setting the precept before this council. I have difficulty with 4.99 because of that. I'm not sure that we have looked at all the options for how we might have been able to reduce the precept, and that is something that concerns me. We have been given the 4.99. We saw from the consultation that they were given a number of options from 0.99 through to 4.99, and I do feel that what's before us today is not actually evidenced enough for me to be able to support it. My other concern, and this is partly down to me as well because I missed the boat, I would like to have used the 680k windfall towards at least a 1% reduction in the precept. That could have been funded through, obviously, the saving that you would have made from the council tax reduction scheme from a 1% precept fall as well. And the rest, a small amount, could have been funded from the reserves. But I missed the boat, and that is down to me. But there are, and this is what I'm trying to say, there have been opportunities for us to look at not just imposing the 4.99, which the government has allowed us to do without a referendum, but to look at the possibilities of how we can help residents by having a smaller precept. And I just don't feel that what's before us today has actually been explored enough for me to be able to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Next speaker, Councillor Mike Jones, number 23.
Councillor Mike Jones.
Thank you. There's two points I want to make, really. The first is about the savings on the children and young people's department. I think it would be nice to know what the recruitment of foster carers, the target will be, because the target for the last 3 years has been 25 new foster carers, and I've asked this question a few times and I haven't had a reply on how successful that has been. But it would, rather than just put increased, it would be nice to know what it is to actually get those savings, because it's very difficult to get new foster carers. So that's the one point. The other point about is it's a pity that the car parking fees are going to be increased by 10 pence per hour. I think it's driving people away from coming into the city, and I think with the investment being made in these St. Owen Street cycleway and this super cycle highway, it might be time that we start looking at charging cyclists some kind of tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Watson, number 17.
Councillor Watson.
Yeah, that came very quick. Thank you. I just wanted to make a point. My understanding is that the funds for the what has been proposed for the Commission is from the Rural Sparsity Fund, and that's about supporting rural residents. If we, I really understand about the council tax, and I take on board what Councillor Stark is saying, but this is for rural residents, rural businesses and rural wards. The River Wye flows through Herefordshire, but this fund is absolutely about working with our colleagues that also in Wales and in Gloucestershire. It's a tremendous opportunity, and we might have a moratorium in the Lower Wye, so we've got to act. And my understanding from my local parish councillors is that we actually drink water from the River Wye. So we eat the food that is watered by the River Wye. So if it's polluted, I hope, we have to do something. So, yeah, that is my 2 pence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next one.
No further speakers have indicated, Chairman?
No more? No. We do have Councillor James and Councillor Harrington. Councillor Harrington has I think first right.
No, Terry can go first.
Oh, that's very generous of you. Two big men, yeah.
Is in front of me.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Councillor James. So one of the reasons I wanted to wait a little while is because the way that questions are set up, and because we're the largest group, we have to go first. And
yeah.
I was. Well, we will see, Terry. I thought I'd better wait and listen to what I had to respond to, and partly because of many members have told me what they were going to do, including a group leader, and unfortunately that is a penalty for having such personal integrity, Councillor Lester. And I do respect that tremendously. We have always talked to each other directly. In relation to the amount of money that's been spent, I really don't want to labour on this. No one wants to have to cancel funding or decapitalise revenue that's been, decapitalise money or put it back into revenue. The money that was spent, primarily the large amounts of money that was spent, were spent over 12 years of Conservative administrations trying to deliver a Southern Link road through the South Wye Transport Package and also a Western bypass through the Hereford Transport Package. Struggled tremendously to deliver the first, could not produce a final business case to the satisfaction of the government or the Department of Transport, and didn't produce anything at all in relation to an outline or any other planning permissions or anything in relation to the Western bypass. We know that is not the way to go. We know that we should have listened to businesses many years ago. We should have gone east. We should have listened to Councillor Matthews and the likes of Councillor Kenyon. We should have listened to our MPs, Jesse Norman and even Bill Wigan, although Bill seems to have changed his mind when we came into administration. The Western bypass was proposed to cost in excess of £250 million, of which we would have to have contributed a significant amount. So unfortunately, it was not a good idea to throw good money after bad. The Eastern Bridge that we are developing, the outline business case for which we're developing right now, shows that we will be able to achieve the same levels of traffic congestion reduction that will cost us about a quarter, if not slightly a third, of the cost of a Western bypass, and it will not do the damage to the environment and not have the carbon loading of a Western bypass. We will simply be crossing the river to provide resilience to a city that does need that, as well as the efforts that we have to put into making sure that people who travel short distances at the moment by car can travel a different way, with 40% of people in Hereford travelling less than 1.2 miles. Some people will have to travel by car, we know that. And coming on to Councillor Mike Jones's point about car parking, we're trying to manage our centres of the town as best we can, and if we have cheaper parking on the outskirts, as we do at places like the swimming baths, people can come in and spend longer shopping, which is what we're trying to encourage. 10% is the inflationary increase, which hadn't gone on for a long time. I take Councillor Matthews' point. I'm very grateful that he's withdrawn his amendment for £500 million to Prow. 200 million is put in there. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Sorry, beg your pardon. 500,000 to Prow. This was partly, I think, in sort of hope and expectation that we'd be able to get through some of the DMMO modification orders that we have outstanding as a council. We have got a lot of outstanding modification orders. We're doing our best to get through them, but I would rather we spent this money on infrastructure to allow our parish councils, our footpath officers, ramblers and other associations to use that and to help with the new system now back in-house to deliver that as voluntary force on the ground. We are where we are, as Councillor James often says, in terms of funding. We don't want to increase council tax, but we are having to increase council tax. Worcestershire, which is a Conservative authority, is increasing it by almost the full amount. Shropshire is increasing it by 4.99. Gloucestershire is increasing it by 4.5. We don't have an option, and it really comes back to this point. And I do feel sorry for my particularly Conservative members, because they know, I'm sure, that our government and our MPs are failing to provide the revenue and resource that we need as councils and communities to survive. And That is simply unacceptable, but it continues to be the case. And I notice that both our MPs are not in the room today, neither should they be necessarily, but they continue to vote or have voted for funding cuts that have devastated us. So I do think of us as a council as all trying to do the very best we can. We have different opinions on what to deliver, but we can't do this if we're not given the funding and the certainty of funding to be able to act as an efficient and responsible council. And I can't see any change in that. So really, we were so close this year. I have no idea how we will manage to, whoever is here next year, manage to provide the correct budget and the appropriate budget for the residents of Hereford if we don't get a change at national level. Thank you.
Councillor Leicester, number 5.
What is the point of order?
Well, under the Constitution, section 4.1.126, I may make a personal statement that refers to some material part of an earlier speech by me that has been misunderstood or misquoted.
Yes, you can, if
Yes.
that's the case.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Councillor Harrington, for your reference to my integrity. I think it's important that we all show integrity, and I acknowledge and thank you for those comments. The point I wish to make about the point that you wish to make about what I said was that when the bypass projects, which were the transport packages, it's not just roads, it's the whole transport packages, these were always ever going to be paid for by government money. And in fact, we had LEP money for the Southern Link Road and the transport package. And if we were going to go ahead with the Western Bypass, where we did a lot of work to go forward with a red route, and there was huge amounts of work that cannot be done overnight. When we were doing that in the full knowledge that the money would come from central government, because Connect Midlands and government transport, they all knew that there's a problem with transport in Herefordshire, and this was the best way to resolve it. And when you commissioned a report for £430,000 to review the bypass, it concluded that the most resilient transport package included a Western bypass. So I acknowledge the points you make, but I just think that it's important to note that it's okay, it's the taxpayers' expense, but it would be from government rather than taxpayers if the projects went ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor James.
Number 15.
Thank you, Chairman.
5 minutes.
I don't want to enter into a debate about the bypass, but I have to say that the idea of an eastern route is a non-starter. It's been opposed by the Conservative government, and it's been opposed by the Labour government. So it's just trying to pretend that that is an option. It isn't an option, and we know full well that as far as government is concerned. Mr. Prescott and the previous Conservative minister ruled it out. But why I'm opposed to this particular budget is it is not achievable. A large part of the savings are in children's services, that we're going to get a sort of permanent staff. Well, they've been trying that for years and years and years, when Herefordshire Children's Services had a better reputation. It's not going to happen. We won't achieve it. And it'll be the next administration that will have to take that on card. And we are going to fall millions and millions of pounds short in that area. The situation is going to be damning, the Commission report, I can tell you. It's going to be very, very damning. Now, how are we going to get full-time staff to come and work for Herefordshire under the current regime? No. We will get some, but we will not get the numbers we need in order to make those sort of savings. So that is one of the reasons why this budget doesn't stack up. The lack of looking to how we can reduce the burden on council taxpayers is appalling. It's all very well to blame the situation we're in as far as government funding, and I agree. You know, it's very difficult from the Conservative side to shed crocodile tears when £60 million or so has been cut from our revenue funding over the last 5 years. But as Councillor Harrington said, you know, we are where we are, and we have to cut our cloth in order to what we do. It's no good sort of pass the buck on. That will be achieved at a later date in a general election. People will have their say on that matter, whether they agree with the reduction or not, as we've achieved over the years. So I despair. I feel sorry. I feel sorry for the next council, because it's going to be dire. Thank you, Chairman.
Now, I think that is the final speaker. And now, before we come to the amendment, while it is fresh in her mind, I'd like Councillor Harvey perhaps to respond to some of the questions and comments, please. 5 minutes.
Number 4.
Rightio. Thank you for the comments that have been made in debate, and thank you, Councillor Lester, for reminding us of the fiscally illiterate zero council tax uplift that your group proposed last year, funded perpetually from reserves. I don't know how that was ever going to be deliverable, but clearly you do have a magic money tree. Councillor Harrington's answered the comments that you've made about the 22 million spent failing to make a business case for to satisfy your own Department of Transport for undeliverable road schemes. Yes, the sorrows in children's services have been created by mainly in the last 10 years swinging cuts that were made to preventative early years and family support services, quite in large part under previous Conservative administrations. Yes, it falls to us to deal with the fallout from that, and we're doing that. And yes, it is difficult, Councillor James, but we're not talking down children's services. We're looking to put the issues that are wrong right and move on. And, you know, any time you want to come and join us in trying to help to make that happen, rather than wringing your hands in a Cassandra-like fashion, I'm sure you'd be most welcome. Councillor Matthews, yes, you know, we have had to make difficult decisions. We will be closely monitoring expenditure. And it is, you know, that there are ways of parking more cheaply than paying day rates in council car parks, particularly if you're a regular parker or a commuter. You can park for £2 a day in the commuter-zoned car parks, 365 a year, so 365 days a year. So do take a look at the discounts that season tickets provide for people who use car parks regularly. Councillor Kenyon, the assumptions that are made about uplifts in directorate budgets come from an awful lot of work that's been done looking at the various different contracts that we have, the pressures that our suppliers are facing as we are in delivering care and other services. There are details in the appendices which show what the various different cost uplifts are that are part of the medium-term financial strategy. They average out at 8% across the board, but you can see the detail, and in the detail some of them are eye-wateringly high in places. Councillor Gandy, yes, conversion of agency staff into permanent employees is tough. there's a huge amount of effort going into that now, and you know, with the help of our HR team, we're looking at providing, you know, enhanced packages to encourage people to come and join us here, and consecutive administrations have been looking at ways of improving the wages in Herefordshire, and again that is a long, slow process, but the investment that's been consistently made at the enterprise zone and we are looking to make in other parts of the county in bringing forward employment opportunities and new employment locations, hopefully will create more flexibility in terms of how people can place themselves for work, and with the work that's going on invigorating the education offering through NMITE and through the Art College and the other colleges. Hopefully we've also got a broad skills offering, which is not just for our young people, but for all age learning, people wanting to upskill, reskill, change their jobs. So hopefully there are opportunities that people will find attractive. The pace at which we can do that, yes, those are very much the questions that I'm asking, and wanting to see how far into the future and maybe beyond this coming financial year we need to expect to have a significant proportion of agency staff. Agency staff will always be part of our staff mix, but we need to change that balance somewhat, and the quicker we can do it, the better. And again, any assistance and advice and support that we can get from across the floor and through the work of the scrutiny committees in challenging what we're doing is very welcome. We don't have all the answers, we don't pretend that we do, but we are making every effort. Councillor Shaw, yes, I did have concerns about MRP in opposition, and I am concerned that you are concerned, that the auditors might be concerned about what we're proposing to do. But I'm assured that coming to the next Audit and Governance Committee meeting, there will be a report from the auditors. They have been cited both on the detail of our budget. The person that you spoke to may not have been cited, but their team has been cited, and we have received comments back. So if there are any concerns, we will hear about them there. But the reduction in inflation forecasts, those have been very carefully thought about by our directorates, looking across our contracts, not only the ones we have, but the ones that we know are going to come up for renewal. So we are confident that we have been prudent and we're not over-asking in terms of the revenue for our... Thank you. I hope I've covered main points, and apologies if I've not covered the points that all of you have raised in the debate.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, we come to the amendment. Councillor Shaw, will you present your amendment? Tell us what it is, please.
Number 13.
Sorry, Chair, could we have a 5-minute comfort break before we start the amendment debate, please?
It's a perfectly fair request. Okay, 10 minutes, so everyone's comfortable.
Okay.
10 minutes. Right. Oh, I'm good.
Oh, you just really need to go then.
Yes.
Okay, we're live streaming, I believe. Correct? Thank you. So we now come to the amendment. Councillor Shaw, floor is yours.
Number 13.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. This is an amendment which seeks council support to utilise the additional £681,909 of funding, predominantly from the revised Rural Services Delivery Grant. The amendment asks that the bulk of the funding, over £600,000, is allocated to supplement the highways infrastructure investment identified in the capital budget, but requests that this new element of funding is ring-fenced to support investment in rural, sea and new roads. These are the roads that frequently do not feature in the risk-based analysis of the road maintenance programme. These are the roads used by our rural care providers and district nurses on a daily basis. These are the roads that get the crumbs of investment left after improvements in A and B roads. These are the roads that act as the capillaries of the body of Herefordshire, serving our sparsely populated rural communities. These are the roads used by walkers and horse riders, leisure cyclists, and explored by tourists coming to visit our lovely countryside and supporting our rurally based visitor economy. Members may also well be aware of the deterioration of the Hereford and County Athletics track, managed by Halo at the Leisure Centre. Although Halo have carried out ad hoc repairs, the track needs replacing, and unless this can be done by the year end, Herefordshire will be the only county in England without a certified county-level track, as well as the only one without a bypass around its county town. The total cost of replacement is £350,000 and fundraising is underway. Hereford City Council have pledged £70,000 to pump prime the funding, and it seems appropriate that this authority should match that pledge and that this funding gives us the opportunity to do just that. I hope that this amendment will be sympathetically received by colleagues who wish to give it their support.
Councillor Lester.
Number 5.
Were you seconding this? Thank you. Do you wish to speak now or at the end of the debate?
I'll speak now, and then I can hold my peace.
Thank you. Councillor Lester.
Thank you. You've just heard from my colleague, Councillor Shaw, about the excellent fundraising that's going on for the athletics track, and I think if we've got extra funds to help out, then it's appropriate that we allocate this money to such a worthwhile cause, which is not only good for people's well-being, but recreation as well. Mental and physical well-being is absolutely crucial, and anything this council can do, as it does, to support that is obviously a worthwhile thing. I note that the administration is putting forward £480,000 for the Phosphates Commission, and I fully understand the rationale for that. We would all like to spend as much money as we can addressing all of the issues that we have in Herefordshire if it gets the right results. However, I have a rural ward, and I know that one of the main complaints from residents, one of the main challenges that residents bring to me is the state and condition of the roads. And obviously, the roads that get the most attention are the roads that receive the most traffic. But this is at the expense sometimes of important roads, as Councillor Shaw has said, that are the arteries of these communities in rural areas. And so it's absolutely vital that any extra funding we can find to put on these roads is allocated accordingly. So many proposals will deserve merit, but given that I represent a rural ward and, you know, the majority of Herefordshire is rural, I think it is right that we allocate this money accordingly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, do we have speakers?
Yes, Chairman. Next speaker is Councillor Polly Andrews, number 15.
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Chairman. You would expect me to support this application as the running track or the athletics track is in the leisure centre, which is part of the ward I currently represent. As Councillor Shaw has said, it is in very urgent need of repair. It's really still the basic track with a few patch repairs done, but the basic track that was laid over 40 years ago. The National Athletics Association have allowed them an extra year of licence till 2024 to give them time to get money together for urgent repairs, to put it back into full capacity. As has been said, it is the only track that has national recognition in the whole county. So I please ask you to support this very worthy amendment.
Now,
Councillor Gemma Davis, number 4.
Councillor Gemma Davis, Councillor James and so on. Councillor Gemma Davis.
Yes, crikey, that was closer than I thought. Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple of things regarding Halo and the racetrack. And what I would firstly say is please don't be hoodwinked into thinking that this entire motion is about the Hereford race athletics track. It's not. The large proportion is going to see in New Roads, which, if we remember, had a huge injection of cash in 2019, I believe. So I would like to just quickly talk about Halo and to say that we fully support, as an administration, as a coalition, the athletics track and finding ways in which they can have funding for it. There is a full repairing agreement and maintenance agreement with Halo in order to maintain some of the health and well-being efforts throughout the county. Where does it stop? So do we have a request from a golf club in Bromyard? Do we have a request from a cricket club in Woolhope? You know, there's lots of different organisations that need our support, and our way that we can support this is by having a fully fledged leisure strategy. That is beginning to happen and will happen over the next 12 months, in which we'll work with Halo, we'll work with other providers to look at ways in which we can provide health and wellbeing opportunities for people of all abilities throughout the county. So what we're saying is, this is not us saying, I won't be supporting it, not because I don't support the athletics track, but this is meant to be for rural issues. And we have spent the first 2 speakers talking about a city athletics track. So it's not saying that the funding won't be found, but it's not to be found from this particular element. I now live in a rural ward, so it's interesting that Councillor Lester represents a rural ward in which you say that the roads are the biggest issue. At the bottom of my road is the River Wye, and I can assure you that the things that people talk about the most is the dying of our river and the species within it. So I will not be supporting this amendment because there is nothing more important in the county at the moment than the restoration of the River Wye and Lug.
Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker.
Councillor Hay, number 19.
Councillor Hay.
I just want to check, this is the right microphone.
Yeah, all correct.
I'm Jenny Hewitt, I'm afraid Councillor Davis has really pretty much stolen my thunder and said pretty much what I was going to say. But yeah, just to add that the Hereford City Athletics Tracks is a very important facility. None of us would disagree with that. It is, well, it has the potential to be a very valuable asset for the city, but in its current state, it isn't. And it needs to be widened. The use of it needs to be widened to the wider community, those with disabilities who can go and use the facility, as well as the elite running clubs that use it at the moment and use it quite widely. They do want to widen their membership to the wider community, but as Councillor Davis has said, it needs to be part of a wider strategy. That strategy cannot be achieved today, be decided upon today. So what I would also like to reiterate is that this is part of the Rural Services Delivery Grant that has been hard fought for. And I know I get accused of being city-centric, and I do always champion things in the city, but this has to benefit those in rural communities. And to me, the health of the river is paramount. We cannot let this continue, this destruction of our beautiful river. So on that basis, I will not be supporting this amendment.
Councillor?
Councillor Kenyon, number 25.
Councillor Kenyon, having a busy day today.
Busy day, Chairman. How long have I got? Can I just pick up on a couple of comments that the other councillors made? A recent fishing contest was the largest haul of fish out of the river ever. So fish stocks, perhaps we need to have another look at those, phosphates and all the rest of it. I do agree there's some issues there, but perhaps we need to look a little bit closer at how bad the issues are, because the proof is in the pudding. And then when it comes to disability and athletics track, I'll talk mainly about that. I can send you all a picture, if you like, of me pedalling around on a adapted bike with a person with a disability, sat on the front, and the screams and the joy that brought her was fantastic. We've got a fantastic cycle track that's fully funded. It's being put in as we speak. The athletics track, a county-wide athletics track. It's not city-centric, it's a county-wide, and the only one that British Athletics would come and use. What we want to try and do is get British Athletics to Herefordshire, and in the same way, there's no bar on anyone with any disability going there and using the athletics track, apart from at the moment, it's in very, very poor shape. So the athletics track, what are they doing then? They've set up an accumulator which is in the shape of a racetrack. It's genius. Why didn't I think of that? And at the minute, they've just passed the shot put area with the fund that the City Council's put in and the 30,000 that Halo have found to put in as well. Also, privately raised within the clubs is 2,000 to 3,000, and there's ongoing events to raise funds. I may even be having my lovely golden locks cut off for it. So you can see how passionate I am about it. I know it's a shame, ladies. I may have to donate it somewhere. So the intent, this 70,000, it could well have been slipped into the addendment with the administration put forward. You know, 70,000 off the top of the Minerals Commission, which I really hope does work, but he's pumped a lot of money into it already. I'd hate for it to turn into a talking shop when nothing happens. I would much rather see this council getting hold of Welsh Water and making them as responsible as we are for the phosphates going into the river. And I've already spoken to Gemma Davis about that, and I will be myself speaking to him. Anyone wants to come along, I'll carry a stick, follow me. As you say, there's not long left on this track. It's scraped through its MOT. It's not going to scrape through again, so it's imperative. And if we vote this through today, it will show that the county council is minded. It's going to get behind this appeal. Finding money, promise of finding money is fantastic. And I know this 106 money potentially from planning applications are in. That's all fair and good. But the intent, doing something good, do something nice for the city. £160 million budget we've set today, and not much of it brings joy to people. You know, it's the essential stuff we have to do to keep people safe. I am winding up. So the 70,000 represents 20% of the target for it. And if you didn't reach that target, you wouldn't have to spend it. And the way of, I know it's a rural budget and that sort of stuff, mostly for roads, but if it was put into reserves and £70,000 were earmarked from reserves for this, it could well be done like that. I'll shut up because the chairman's told me to, but thank you for your indulgence.
Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Foxton, number 20.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. Is this working? Yes?
Yes,
great.
I think so.
Lovely, thank you. You need look no further than the running track sculpture of John Tarrant, the ghost runner, who was rescued from social services care by being introduced to running, giving him a desire for fitness and a positive, feel-good, healthy lifestyle and a sense of pride and achievement. A shining example of the benefits of sports facilities. John Tarrant and his brother Vic were brought up in care at Lamorby Children's Home during the war. It was road running and the sports of athletics which totally steered these two brothers into a life of fine achievements, which in turn has inspired thousands of others to strive for better things and a life away from social problems, etc. I would suggest every penny spent on the running track, 70,000, which equates to one child being supported in social care for a year, is of truly huge benefit to vast numbers of residents and families within the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Might I just now ask you if you are content to carry on beyond 1 o'clock? All in favour, please, can you just show? Thank you very much indeed. We will do that then and carry on as fast as we can. Do we have any more speakers on this amendment?
Yes, quite a number, Chairman. So next speaker is Councillor Chowns, number 1.
Councillor Chowns.
Thanks. Colleagues, I think the decision that faces us today is not whether we fund good or bad things. All of these proposals have got their merits, but whether we fund something strategic or not so strategic with this limited amount of revenue funding designed to address the fact that we are a sparse rural area. While the running track is undoubtedly important, there are many very important projects in Hereford and across all of Herefordshire, and we haven't had the opportunity to consider the relative merits of any of these other projects. I note that more than £42 million of capital funding has been raised for projects in the city in the last year. And this was not one of the projects that was put forward for any of these opportunities. So I think that rather than choosing to respond to a particular project that has an urgent need and happens to have a particular passionate advocate or advocates for it, it's our duty as a council as a whole to take a more strategic approach to considering the needs of a number of extremely important community projects. Then we face the question of whether we put money into addressing potholes, which are undoubtedly important and an issue we need to tackle all the time, or what I would argue is a bigger strategic presenting issue, which is the devastating effect on our local economy, especially our construction sector, of the phosphates crisis in the River Wye. And that's the proposal that this administration has made, to put most of this additional funding that we only heard about this week into tackling that most important strategic issue for the county as a whole. Additionally, we're proposing to put £200,000 into supporting the increase of infrastructure across the entire county on the public rights-of-way network. And speaking personally as a rural councillor, for every person that talks to me about potholes, there is also somebody who raises to me the issue of accessibility of a public footpath, of difficulties, particularly there's questions of disability and equality of access. And also, this is a strategic investment too in infrastructure that has massively beneficial effects for our county's economy through tourism, which has also been mentioned by colleagues previously. So my personal view is that the administration's proposals to tackle the phosphates crisis and to invest in the public rights-of-way network infrastructure is a more strategic way of using this funding than the alternative proposal in this amendment. And I therefore ask colleagues to vote against this amendment with the proviso that we will continue to find every way we can to address those issues of potholes, and particularly to look for capital funding to address issues such as the running track. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Wilding, number 17.
Councillor Wilding, all yours.
Thank you. Rivers are our lifeblood of the natural environment, and our rivers are under massive attack. I know that a driver's lobby would claim that the road network is the most important area to focus money on. However, our river network and the health of it is fundamental to our very existence. Our society has always backed the motor car over the salmon fry or other species. This money is for the rural community, and there is nothing more rural than for our rivers and waterways, and they are dying before our eyes. Now, you can resurface a road or a running track any time, even if it gets to a bad state of repair, without losing thousands of species. But if the river dies, we risk losing our natural capital and all of our diversity forever. Thanks.
Next,
next one.
Next speaker, Councillor James, number 15.
Councillor James.
Thank you, Chairman. I do hear an awful lot of nonsense talked. You know, we all want the rivers to improve. We all want the rivers to be upgraded and the problems we have with the rivers. But a phosphate commission, another body, another committee, when the only body that can actually meaningfully achieve anything with the rivers are the government and its agencies. Now, we already are lobbying, and I support the fact that we've set up a joint body with the adjoining counties to oversee this. But what's this about? No one ever raised a statue to a committee or a commission. But we seem to be obsessed that we're going to solve problems by setting up another body, another committee, another improvement board. What rubbish. What we actually need to do is get on to government to sort this out, not us. We can do virtually nil, well, minuscule amount that the council can achieve, and setting up another body is an excuse for government not to do anything about it. As to the racing track, which seems to have dominated the issue, it's a county issue. It's a county-wide issue. The majority of the users are not from Hereford City, are from the rest of the county. So surely you can report this. But I look forward to seeing the statue of the Phosphate Commission erected in Hightown in the coming years.
Next speaker is Councillor Marsh, number 9.
Is not acceptable. Is that on? Is that okay? No? Yes. Oh, sorry, it's in totally the wrong place. Just to say, we've talked a lot, I'm glad to say, at the chairman's bidding about speaking carefully, and it is not acceptable for a member of this council to say about the cabinet member for contracts, I'll carry a stick, follow me. I really think that that is not allowable, and we need to be continuously careful about what we say. Moving on to the same person who at the beginning of the meeting told us that the Wye was the second most important global destination, I feel that that is a good reason for supporting our rivers, for many of the reasons that people have already put forward. That our tourists, they're important to ourselves, we drink the water, they're important to our tourists, and they will allow the house building that will allow Councillor Gandy to attract the partners of social workers. These are all important things. The river, as Councillor Wilding says, can't wait, and I hope very much for that reason that people will follow the proposal made by the administration for this funding.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Bartlett, number 1.
Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you. I just want to say I can't support this amendment for the road money, which is really sad because I think our roads do need more money. Certainly can't support more money being spent in the city. All the money that's been spent recently has been spent in the city that's come from the government through levelling it up or through stronger towns. I sit in business meetings with the construction industry that is on its knees. We've seen a fantastic public question already from Mary from the industry about the issues. We need to get building houses for workers and attracting workers. We need the income, not just for our construction industry, for our tradespeople. We need the income in terms of Section 106 or our council taxes to fund the services in this county, and that includes looking after our roads and creating excellent sporting facilities. The way that we do that is to save the lug, save the Wye, stop them from dying, get our economy moving again, and then we've got the money that we need for sports. We've got the money that we need, recurring money that we need to help fix our roads, not just pour a one-off small pot of money into a couple of those holes. And on top of that, we need this money that's been set aside for the public rights of way to actually show that we do want to work with the rural areas, and we want to work with all of our parishes in goodwill to open up our network successfully. But we need rural money for the whole of the river system and our economy in the rural north particularly, to make our house building companies literally come back to life again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Swinglehurst, number 14.
So who's that?
Swinglehurst, Councillor Swinglehurst.
Thank you, Mr. Yes, obviously I find myself somewhat on the horns of a dilemma. I'm just going to pick up a point about whether or not we should be chasing Welsh Water for more activity. For those who are unaware, that Welsh Water are investing £60 million currently in phosphate reduction on the Wye out of the 98 million that they have for their area, and there will be a further 95 million and 91 million in the two periods to follow, of which the Wye will no doubt get its fair share. And they're also investing 100 million in reducing the use of combined sewer overflows, with an additional 70 million investment by 2025. So all of that is roughly investment that is to do with housing, which is about 23% of the source for phosphate in the river. And the council, of course, itself has £3 million that's going into mitigation for housing in the form of the constructed integrated wetlands. So there's quite a lot of effort going on to mitigate phosphate in the Wye from the point of view of housing. But of course, housing is 23% roughly of the phosphate, and the rest is coming from agriculture. So one might consider that to be a disproportionate amount of investment, but nevertheless, that's where we are with it. I'm also a rural ward member. I have rural roads, and I have to tell you, my local residents are really annoyed with the fact that the roads are all falling apart, and that's probably the thing that I hear about the most. I'm therefore on the horns of a dilemma. What is interesting is the kind of almost parallels between these two things. We've heard that it would take 315 million to get the roads up to scratch, so 480,000 is not really going to change everything, and it would probably take some infinite sum of money to get the river back to where it needs to be, and 480,000 isn't going to save the Wye. So we need to be realistic about that. However, I think what is in my mind is whether or not this 480,000, whether it is strategic, whether it might be critical or crucial in some way, versus 480,000 going into some of the black stuff. So for these reasons, I can't support this amendment. I won't be voting against it either. I will be abstaining.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Summers, number 18.
We have, I believe, 9 more speakers to come, and I'm drawing a line under that. Thank you. It's causing a lot of interest, and I wish people to have their chance to speak. Thank you. Now, Councillor Summers.
Yeah, right here. I just drove around the ward. My car can attest to it. It's covered in mud from falling in holes. But it'll take more than $500,000 to fill those potholes, I'm afraid. I'm kind of torn. If I put enough pressure, I can quite often, or I can occasionally get the holes filled. As for the footpaths, don't get me started on those. My parishes are on my back constantly. Now, the River Wye, it wends all the way through my patch, and I've followed it around this past couple of weeks. And that also needs my help. So where do I put my vote? I don't know. So good luck with whichever direction you go in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Bowes, number 11.
Councillor?
Hi, thank you. I'm a bit confused. Isn't the question here, everybody supports the athletics track? I don't know anybody that doesn't support it. But isn't the question, are we not asking Halo, and are they not in a contract to manage and maintain that facility? So chucking some more money at an athletics track that will continue to be maintained by Halo when they haven't maintained it in their current contract, what is going to improve? We do not give other organisations the money that we are always giving to Halo to get them out of the mire. That is the question we should be asking. Everybody fully supports the track. I, for one, think it's a fantastic idea, and I don't know anybody that doesn't. But we keep getting Halo out of the mire. Why? Somebody should be making them accountable. Why are we not doing this? They are in a contract they are meant to maintain. What exactly do they maintain in this county? Because everything I've heard of has just gone down the pan since they got involved. So the question, my personal opinion, is what will change giving them more money? We need to get the track away from Halo, in my opinion, and give it to the public or an organisation that can run it and run it properly for the people of Herefordshire. So I do really support it, but I don't believe giving Halo any more money is the way to go forward. So I won't be supporting the amendment, but I would encourage the council to help them in any way to get funding. But Halo is not the answer.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Gandy, number 6.
Councillor Gandy.
Thank you. I'm not going to talk about the running track because it's not something, as you can imagine, that I've ever used or am likely to use. But I wish everybody well who does use it, and I actually would support money being spent on it. I mean, the argument that Councillor Bowes has used, we could argue about anything. We put money into Balfour Beatty, we've put some more in today. Should we be doing that if they're not actually doing the job as well as they should be doing? It's all about what money they get, and it's the same with Halo. They spend the money they get. We put money into our own services and we don't necessarily get good service out of it, but we don't then say we're going to take the service away from ourselves. So I think that's a bit of a red herring, really. All I will say is, during the course of the debate today, many people have talked about council tax. I am a rural ward resident and the county councillor for an area that is very rural. My residents do not get very much for their council tax. They get their bins emptied, they have no pavements, they have no street lights, and they don't necessarily want either. But what they do want is the ability to get to work, to the doctors and other places. They have no public transport to speak of either. We aren't talking about filling potholes. My understanding is this is, as it will be with the running track, this is about capitalising money that is revenue money. So we were talking about actually repairing roads which we would then not have to repair the potholes on, which is what we're doing at the moment. We are repairing the same potholes over and over and over again, and that cannot possibly be value for money. We talk about tourism. The majority of the tourists that come to Herefordshire in motorhomes or caravans or whatever use our rural roads and they camp in our rural communities. but they only come once because everything within your caravan or your motorhome is rattled off the shelves and whatever and broken. So you don't bother to come again. If we really are serious about wanting people to live, you're talking about opening up the northern area, I think it was Councillor Marsh, the northern area for house building. Where are we going to build these houses when we've got roads that are absolutely rubbish? Why would anybody buy a house in an area where the road is absolutely diabolical? And that is the problem. So I believe that this is a really important thing. We've been sidetracked a bit by the small amount of money that we're offsetting towards the running track. The majority of it is for the rural roads of Herefordshire, and I fully support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Matthews, number 21.
Councillor Matthews.
I'm in a real predicament here, because in my opinion and my colleagues, both very deserving causes. And this is the case, colleagues, of the strain on the financial pressures that we're under. Both of them should be justifiably approved. But we've got to make these decisions, and I put an amendment down with my colleagues to increase the public rights of way by £500,000. But when I looked at it, I saw that the rural roads, which my constituents are very concerned about, and we can't get away from the fact they're highly dangerous. There's some really lethal potholes there, which is causing people dangers every time they take their vehicles out. Not only damaging their vehicles, but there's life and limb at risk. So on balance, we will be supporting the amendment. Councillor James is quite right, and I've said it repeatedly, to deal with the river situation, it's something that government has got to get a grip with legislation to control the agricultural industry in some way without damaging their occupations. But they've got to deal with that, and until they deal with that, that's why I asked for Jessie Norman and the MPs to come and talk to us, and I respectfully suggest that meeting was very valuable, because I'm sure that Councillor Swindlehurst has said at least it's shaken them up a bit and got them moving and talking to each other, all the MPs involved. So it's a terribly difficult position, and I, as I said earlier, I thank the Cabinet for putting 200,000 into public rights of way, but it's there. But I think on balance, having discussed it with my colleagues, the rural road situation and the racecourse, I fully support that. And as Councillor Foxton said, if we haven't got somewhere for these youngsters to exercise and show their ability and skills, we're neglecting them as well. So it's a terribly difficult decision. Both cases are very deserving, but I will go, and as my colleagues will, and support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Harrington, number 3.
Councillor Harrington.
Thank you, Chairman. So I think that both of these proposals are laudable. I just think that when you compare them against the proposed use by the addendum, that the proposed use for the Phosphate Commission and also for the public rights of way outweighs that. I listened to what councillors on my opposition benches say, particularly the Conservatives, about the state of the roads. Really, it's very simple. Please keep writing to your MP and asking him stop to cutting the budgets, because we are talking a paltry sum here in £500,000 to try and do something on our C&U roads. In terms of how we do our safety matrix, Councillor Matthews, you're right that our roads are not in good condition, but they are safe. We rank our money on a safety matrix which is ratified by the government to make sure that we do it the best way we can, so that fast roads are maintained to a higher standard and C&U roads are not. As a result of lobbying from fellow Liberal Democrats across, Councillor Stark and Councillor Simons, we were able to re-rank some money and put money into the market towns which were suffering as well. The most important thing here is the government is not doing its job in relation to enforcing or maintaining the health of our rivers. It is their responsibility, and they are not doing our job. And we had a motion at full council which we all agreed to support for a water protection zone because we did not feel that the government was doing its job and the statutory agencies were either incapable or unwilling of doing their job. We were refused that when we sent to Minister Powell, she refused it, dismissed it out of hand. The problem is that they do not take us seriously because they don't think, as Councillor James was saying, that we have any teeth. The idea of having a commission is that we have four councils, Powys, which has a fantastic Liberal Democrat majority, it's an administration of Liberal Democrats, Monmouthshire, and the Forest of Dean supporting us on this. And because we are the executive, we do feel we have the power, and we also are able to take things like legal advice, which we are taking and have got some back, which shows that we are able to challenge the government in a more substantial way. If we do not commit the money that we need to commit, which hopefully we will get back at some point when the government accepts that we shouldn't be doing the job they're doing, but if we don't commit this money now to get us started, we will not be in a position to try and lift the moratorium in the period that we need to lift it. And there are £300 million gone out of the county and £12 million a month going. So let's stop pretending that the other issues outrank them. They are significant, they are important, but they're not as important as not only just the health of the river, which the government is failing to maintain, but vital for us to get our way out of this moratorium. And so I will not be supporting this, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Stone, number 13.
Councillor Stone.
Like Councillor Swinglehurst, I'm very much on the horns of a dilemma here, and I support a lot of what my much respected colleagues in Leominster said a few moments ago. Much of my ward is rural, and at parish council meetings, nearly always the number one issue is the state of the highways, and for that reason, I'm going to support Councillor Shaw's amendment, and for all the reasons he gave as well. It will be a great help to have all this £680,000 ring-fenced to help towards maintaining our roads and improving our roads. Not just repairing the potholes which don't last in spite of all the efforts of Balfour Beatty, but to help towards resurfacing and, even more important, surface dressing some of our rural roads so that people can get about. Councillor Harrington will remember helping to assist about a year ago when one of the roads between the parishes of Leicesters and Puddleston was breaking up, and I was very grateful to him. But that's just an example of what I've been mentioning about the state of some of our rural roads. So this money would be a great help. I also very much support any help for the athletics track in Hereford, important for the county, but important also for health and well-being and exercise, especially for our schools, colleges, and for many other people as well. So I think this ring-fence funding towards the roads will be a great assistance in many parts of our rural areas. And finally, I just want to commend, as Councillor Harvey did earlier, Councillor Roger Phillips for all his work with the Rural Services Network and the delivery grants we obtained from them, and for the lobbying he's done on our behalf to obtain a bit more money this year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Ianson, number 7.
Councillor Ianson.
Yes, thank you very much. As there was applause earlier for a fellow councillor who's running a marathon as we speak, I would have thought that support for the athletics track would have been a given. And also it's for our young. Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Watson, number 17.
Councillor Watson.
Great, thank you. Mine will be brief. I just wanted to make comment that I just love about how councillors are talking about cycling. Councillor Gandy, never mind a camper van rattling, try cycling on some of these roads, which I do on a regular basis around the county. So I recognise the amendment, and I do, and as a rural ward councillor, because I cycle around my own ward, I do see the state of the roads, but actually 30% of boats are actually in my ward, and they aren't classed as a highway. They are a public right-of-way. The key issue is that we are being strangled. We have the tightest budget ever. We have pressing demands, and I know that we're all being pulled in various directions. But for me, I am still going to I feel like I need a tape recorder to keep pressing play. We need central government to actually allocate to rural counties using a better way of determining those budgets. We are missing out because of the current way that central government actually allocates the budget to us. We are so many million down on highways. I recognise what my colleagues are saying in this amendment, and it's a struggle for me, but when you're weighing up the pros and cons, I have to say I'm not going to support this amendment, and I'm truly sorry for that.
Next speaker is Councillor Tillett, number 24.
Councillor Tillett.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose it's a product of the nature of this grant, but it's been a bit disappointing to hear quite a number of speakers divide us between rural members and non-rural members, city members and non-city members. We are Herefordshire councillors, and the issues in this amendment are Herefordshire. I'll start with the roads, because actually, of course, the roads represent 90% of this grant, although possibly not represented 90% of the discussions. Do you know what? The near urban residents of Hinton and Hunderton do venture out of the ward and have cause to use the rural network, whether it be for pleasure or other purposes. So this isn't just about the city versus the county and rural versus urban members. With regard to the running track, the same is true. As Councillor James has said, more users are from outside the city than within the city. It just happens to be located in the city. Councillor Bowes, the money isn't going to Halo to bail them out. It's to replace a track which is worn out. You can repair it and maintain it as well you can, but after 25 years, it needs ripping up and replacing. It is no longer fit for purpose, and we face the real prospect of not having a competition standard track in the entire county. Councillor Davis says, well, what if we ask for a grant for a Bromyard golf club or a cricket club? It isn't. It's a county-wide facility. And it's sad to hear Councillor Hay, who spoke so passionately in the City Council in support of the generous grant that the city is able to make, to now not back it in another arena. But if we go to the Phosphate Commission and its relative merits, we've heard the sort of scale of money that's required from Councillor Swinglehurst. This is a relative drop in the ocean, no pun intended. And the bottom line is, if spending £480,000 on this commission was so incredibly important and so vital in the way that some of the impassioned speeches in its favour have been said, then why wasn't it in the main budget in the first place, rather than relying on a completely unexpected windfall at the 11th hour? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Last speaker, Councillor Boulderson, number 5.
Councillor.
Thank you. I think that was a very excellent point. Why wasn't it in the budget beforehand if it was so important? I think I'm also with so many members and very well articulated by Councillor Swinglehurst in quite a dilemma in terms of we do have a finite amount of resource and where would it be best spent. I guess for me, I then need to think about my ward and the people within my ward and how I can best represent them. 2 years ago, we put through an amendment for UNC roads, and my ward was very fortunate to benefit from that. And I saw businesses perform better because the public were able to get to their properties because work was done to the U road in which they were situated, and the residents really did benefit as well. And so I can, from that perspective, putting this amount of money towards UNC roads really benefited the people within my ward, and so I can only support it benefiting other people in other rural wards as well. Also, in terms of the running track, my son is a very good runner, and we associate with a lot of people who are a lot of children within my ward that are really getting a lot of benefit out of the running track. If it was to close, we could not be competitive with other counties, and it is a fabulous resource for our young children, for their health and for their mental well-being. And so many councillors today have been focusing on the importance of children. So from that perspective, from what I can understand, we already have 3 million put aside to address the phosphate issues, and from my understanding, that money hasn't yet been spent. So I would have to support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor, is that the final one?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey. That is it, isn't it? Yes, thank you. Councillor Harvey, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Okay, can I ask for a clarification before the clock starts, please?
Yeah.
Because a lot of this debate has been around supporting funds to make repairs to rural roads. However, the amendment clearly states that the funding is to go into the Highways Capital Investment Budget, and the capital investment budget is not for maintenance and repairs. It is for improvements and additions to the road network. So can I please have clarification from the proposer whether this is to go into the capital investment budget or whether he wants it to be used for filling potholes and making road repairs?
Councillor Shaw.
Number 13.
It is for the highways investment capital projects. It is for capital to be spent on the highways. So it is either for completely resurfacing roads where those are paid for under the capital budget.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Sorry?
No. Councillor Harvey, please.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding is that the capital programme is not for repair and maintenance. It is for new schemes and for improvements to the road network. So anybody wishing to vote for this needs to be very clear about where this money is actually going to go. It is not going to be going to be doing top dressing, to be filling potholes. That is not what will happen to this money if you vote this amendment through. I'm concerned that Councillor James seems to be out of touch and behind the times in terms of what the Phosphate Commission is all about. He talks about a grouping of catchment authorities, and that is actually the Commission. It has been working since the early autumn and doing exactly what he said needed to be done, which was pressing government and agencies. And this money is to be used following legal advice very recently received since Christmas which has significantly accelerated the work of the Commission, which has been not well aligned with the budget process. So this information and the progress that the Commission has been able to make and needs to make over the next few months has been brought forward very late on and outside of the budgeting process and beyond the time frame in which we could have inserted it, because it's all taken place after the Scrutiny Management Board examined the detail of the budget. So that's why it isn't in the budget. I agree with Councillor Tillett. It is right to remind all of us as councillors that we need to take a county-wide perspective when we sit here in this room. And the phosphate pollution that is occurring in our rivers is something which threatens the whole Wye catchment. It's only the Lug catchment, and I say only, advisedly, because it is actually 40% of the land area of this county already has a development moratorium on it. And members representing wards in the Lug catchment also need to think very carefully about removing funding from addressing the development moratorium, which is crucifying the economy in the Lug catchment, their communities, and taking money away from restoring health to the Wye. Conservatives can't call themselves the party of business if they prefer to put this money into road programmes when there is such an existential threat to this county presented by phosphate pollution that needs urgent addressing. It's a real shame that we've spent as much time as we have debating 0.2% of this council's overall budget. I'm glad that we have had the opportunity to talk about this. Roads are important, but the river and the moratorium on development is more important.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Sorry?
But can I offer some clarity on the question of capital and revenue? Is that helpful?
Excuse me?
Okay.
We're not. I'm sorry. The response is no.
Highways Capital Programme.
You may read it out.
The Highways Capital Programme includes roads, footways and bridges, maintenance schemes and transport and environmental improvements, as from www.gov.uk.
John, you may have a quick word about that.
My voice is probably loud enough.
Number 3.
Yeah. I'm trying to be fair to Councillor Shaw because of the jiggery-pokery that I mentioned earlier, the way that we deal with revenue because we have so little of it in capital. We do capitalise things like resurfacing, so he's correct. But in fact, that's the problem. The problem is I'll get a couple of very tiny lanes out of this instead of being able to use it, in a more efficient way on this occasion. So yeah.
Thank you. We now come to the vote, and a recorded vote, please, Madam.
Mr. Chairman, is everybody clear? You've all got the amendment before you, so you all know what you're voting on, yes? So again, you're voting for the amendment, so you need to indicate whether you're for the amendment, against the amendment, or you wish to abstain. Councillor Graham Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Polly Andrews. Councillor Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor Bartram.
For.
Councillor Balderson.
For.
Councillor Bolter.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
Abstain.
Councillor Bowes.
Against.
Councillor Chowns.
Against.
Councillor Crockett. Councillor Gemma Davis.
Against.
Councillor Claire Davis.
For.
Councillor Durkin.
For.
Councillor Fagan.
Against.
Councillor Foxton.
Abstain.
Councillor Gandy.
For.
Councillor Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Hardwick.
Against.
Councillor Harrington.
Against.
Councillor Harvey.
Against.
Councillor Hay.
Against.
Councillor Hitchner.
Against.
Councillor Ianson.
For.
Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Graham Jones.
For.
Councillor Mike Jones.
For.
Councillor Kenyon.
For.
Councillor Lester. Councillor Marsh.
Against.
Councillor Matthews. Councillor Millmore. Councillor Milne.
Against.
Councillor Norman.
Against.
Councillor Price. Councillor Probert. Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stark. Councillor Stone. Councillor Summers.
Councillor Summers? What did you say?
Against. Against.
Against.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Swinglehurst. Councillor Simons.
Against.
Councillor Tillett. Councillor Toynbee. Councillor Tyler. Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Wilding.
Against.
Right.
With 3 abstentions.
Have we got agreement on numbers?
No, wait a minute.
Wait.
21 yes. 23 against. 3 abstentions. Yeah, so it's failed. 21 to 23, yeah. So it's,
I'll read this out.
hold on a minute, yeah. So it was 21, 23, 3.
Yes. Well, the result of the vote is 21 for, 23 against, 3 abstentions. Therefore, the amendment falls. Thank you very much for your thoughtful debate. And now we come to the actual vote on the budget itself. The recommendations are as on the sheet, and I believe they're on the screen now as well.
Just going to put them up. Just going to put them up.
They're just about to be on there now. It's there. Can you all see? Get your specs on.
Okay.
Right?
And they've got the additional addendum in writing for them. Yes.
And you have the additional addendum in writing on your desks, I do believe. So, can we go to the recorded vote? Madam Monitoring Officer, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again, if councillors could please indicate whether they are for this motion on the table, against, or they wish to abstain. Councillor Graham Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Polly Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Bartram.
Against.
Councillor Balderson.
Against.
Councillor Bolter. Councillor Bowen.
Abstain.
Councillor Bowes.
For.
Councillor Chowns. Councillor Crockett. Councillor Gemma Davis. Councillor Claire Davis.
Against.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Fagan.
For.
Councillor Foxton.
For.
Councillor Gandy.
Against.
Councillor Guthrie.
Against.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Harrington.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Councillor Hay.
For.
Councillor Hitchner. Councillor Ianson.
Against.
Councillor James.
Against.
Councillor Graham Jones.
Against.
Councillor Mike Jones.
Against.
Councillor Kenyon.
Against.
Councillor Lester.
Against.
Councillor Marsh.
For.
Councillor Matthews.
Against.
Councillor Millmore.
Against.
Councillor Milne.
For.
Councillor Norman.
For.
Councillor Price.
Against.
Councillor Probert.
Against.
Councillor Shaw.
Against.
Councillor Stark.
Against.
Councillor Stone.
Against.
Councillor Summers.
For.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
Against.
Councillor Simons.
For.
Councillor Tillett.
Against.
Councillor Toynbee.
For.
Councillor Tyler.
For.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Wilding.
For.
got?
How do the numbers look?
So 20, 24, 22 again. Yeah, 1.
Very close again. We have now the numbers. Totals 4, 24, against 22, 1 abstention. Therefore, the budget is carried. Thank you very much indeed. Now come to pay policy statement, pages 613, 626. To approve the pay policy statement 23-24 for publication. And I invite the chairperson of the employment panel to present the report and move the recommendations. Leader of the council, you have 5 minutes. And I believe the vice chairperson of the employment panel will second the report. Am I correct? Councillor Chowns? Do you wish to second the report? Yes. Good. And you can speak now or at the end of the debate?
I'll speak at the end of the debate.
Thank you. Councillor Hitchener.
Chairman, I'm pleased.
You have 5 minutes.
I'm pleased to propose the approval for publication of the pay policy statement for 2023-24. As explained in the report, the Localism Act requires the production of an annual policy statement which must set out the remuneration of its chief officers, its lowest paid officer, and the relationship between the remuneration of its chief officers and employees who are not chief officers. Statements relating to various policies must also be included. This policy statement is compliant and also contains some additional information. The report records in paragraph 7 the ratio of the lowest paid to the chief officer. As councillors can see, this is one of the lowest in the table. The policy statement sets out the remuneration of officers at different levels, and there is also a chart showing the distribution of staff across grades. That information is additional to that which is required. Although not required to be included in the report, there is a statement as to the gender gap. The employment panel has asked for a report to be provided showing what action is being taken to close this gap. The report is otherwise similar to previous years, and I propose its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, do we have any speakers on this matter?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Norman, number 10.
Councillor Norman. Sorry?
Seconded.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So very briefly, I know we all want to get away, but it is very encouraging. I just wanted to say how pleased I am, sure we all are, to see that this difference between the highest and lowest is gradually reducing. Very encouraging indeed, and to see how high we are, how well we are doing in relation to other areas. So that's very good to see, and I think we all share that. The gender gap, well, good that that is also very slowly improving, and I'm pleased to hear that there is action being planned to address that. But I just quickly wanted to say that we still have not reached the living wage foundation level, which is 10.90 for our lowest paid. I think there are 10 of our employers who don't quite reach that, very nearly, but not quite. I believe it is in the pipeline, and we will be reaching that soon, which I would welcome for all sorts of reasons, not least, of course, improving people's incomes in the current situation, but also because it's something we can then really celebrate and shout about and use as a way to encourage the people we work with and other employers in the county and elsewhere to do the same. So thank you, and I'm pleased that this is moving the way it is, and I look forward to when we reach that point of being able to say that we are, all our employees are at the very least being paid the living wage or better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any other speakers?
Councillor
Summers.
Summers. And number 18.
I wasn't going to talk on this, but I'm just reading here. Females 1571 and males 1764. We need to get a lot closer. Not get close, we should be even there. I'm not sure why those figures are still standing up and why we have the audacity to print them. There should be equal pay for equal work. And when you're paying men more than women, I have an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor James, number 15.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm afraid I wasn't able to go to the panel because I had a close family funeral on that particular day. I can't support this because we've been going on about this, about the living wage, and we've only got a handful of people, and yet we haven't done it yet. I think it's appalling. We should be looking at more about having a set increase in this current claims this year of a monetary figure that each member of staff should be raised by, from the top to the bottom. That would help levelling up, to say the least. There's a great deal of anger about the level at which the senior management are paid compared to the lower employees in the council at this particular time. I realise that there is need for a substantial differential, but it's not very good publicity, the way we're doing it. The living wage should be the basic minimum now, not tomorrow, nor next year. This has been going on for several years now, that this issue has been raised and nothing's been done about it. So I shall be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Harvey, number 4.
Thank you. It's a shame you didn't turn up to the meeting, Councillor James, or send a substitute from your group, because if you had, you would know that this is a statement of how things are, and the employment panel recommended to the chief executive that we did make the adjustment to pay the real living wage. So that is in hand and being dealt with. And Councillor Summers, I think you misinterpret the report, what it's saying about the gender pay gap. This is a gap representing the difference between the average rate of pay for women and men. It is not the case that anybody in this council who, where a man and a woman are doing the same job are paid different rates of pay for the same work. That is against the law.
Next speaker, Councillor Kenyon, number 25.
Councillor Kenyon.
It's nearly over, isn't it? Just a quick one from me is the living wage could have been achieved if they'd done a monetary increase rather than percentage. It does mean the people at the top get more because that's how percentages work, and the people at the bottom don't get quite so much more. So if it was done like that, and I would have loved to have been invited to this meeting, I never do, to be fair, but next year invite me along, whoever may be in the administration. I've always got something to say.
Councillor Gemma Davis, number 4.
Councillor Davis, off you go. Your voice isn't being heard yet.
Number 4.
Number 4, please.
We can say we voted against it.
It'll bite you.
I was going to say, it sounded like it. Yeah, don't mean to prolong the agony or anything, but the pay awards is a national issue. It's not anything that can be determined at local level. And actually, the rate was applied as a flat rate across all of the workforce. It's been converted into percentages, just to make that really clear, only because I'm part of Unison and we're part of the bargaining committee.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any more speakers?
No further speakers, Chairman.
Councillor Chance.
Number 1.
Thank you. I'm grateful to colleagues who have helped to correct some severe misconceptions among some members in this room, which are disappointing and surprising. Just to recap, since 2017, there's been a legal requirement to publish information on the gender pay gap, which is the difference in average pay between all men and all women in an organisation with over 250 employees. This is a national problem, and I'm really glad that we are all united in wanting to address this and ensure greater equality. But as an organisation, we pay people the same money for the work that they do, whether they're male or female, if they've got equivalent jobs. To respond to the point made by the member for Kington regarding the real living wage, I'm really interested to hear these comments made, because my recollection is that for the past 2 years I have been pushing for the real living wage through the employment panel, and that he was one of the members who raised concerns about its affordability in previous meetings. I am really delighted that this council has now made a commitment to ensure that all staff are paid at least the real living wage, as will be recorded in the minutes of the last meeting that we had. And as for Councillor Kenyon's question, he's perfectly free to attend these meetings. They're public meetings, and he can ask questions and he can watch them online because they're all broadcast. It's all public. And just to recap again, the pay rises are negotiated nationally, and the reason that they were allocated on a monetary basis, not a percentage basis, which is why the differential has gone down between the chief executives and lower paid people's members of staff's levels of pay, which is something absolutely to be welcomed. And I support the point made by my colleague Councillor Norman, pointing out that we are doing really very well compared to other authorities in terms of having greater equality between the highest and lowest paid in our council. So I warmly commend this report to colleagues, and I can see absolutely no reason to oppose it. So I look forward to the vote.
Thank you very much. Well, actually, the debate has been held. But, Councillor...
Chairman.
Yes?
Can under 126 of the standing orders, which Councillor Shaw earlier mentioned and should have been afforded me the courtesy previous in the meeting by the chair, I was appalled when I realised that we were not paying the minimum wage, and I actually backed that. And Councillor Chown is incorrect in her memory. I'm quite clear about that. And any person who says the other is telling an untruth.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes. Leader, you have the right of reply. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we need to distinguish in the minimum wage and the minimum living wage. So I think, Councillor James, that we have to pay above the minimum wage, but the minimum living wage is what we're looking at. And the real living wage. And I think that's where the debate has been on the employment panel. Just for clarity, there was a flat rate paid to all council staff of around about £1,900. So for the lowest paid, their increase was about 10%, and for the chief executive, it was closer to 1%. The reason for that being done, the flat rate, was because of inflation being much higher than was expected. The bottom rate had to go up, and it was just not possible for the whole range of councils to be paid at the same rate. There had to be a differential, so hopefully that will be a little bit of an explanation for councillors here. You're always welcome to come to the employment panel. The last few meetings, I think, have actually been here in person, and you're more than welcome to attend. And I appreciate that there's more interest in this report than there has been in the past. And I just put it to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we come to the vote, and it is a show of hands. So, all those in favour, raise your hands. All, but we will have just say who is against. How many? Against? Thank you. Abstentions? Thank you. That is carried. And now we come to item 12, permanent replacement of one polling station, pages 627, 634, to approve the addition of one venue to our current scheme of polling districts, polling places and polling stations. Please find the report on page 627. And I will propose the recommendation. Please can I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Durkin was just first. And do you wish to speak now? No, right. Any members wish to speak? No. So now we move to the vote. The recommendation in the report having been moved, members are asked to clearly raise their hand to indicate if they are for, against or abstain for the motion. All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much indeed. And closing remarks. I would like to thank members and the public and for their attendance at today's meeting. And in conclusion, I would remind everyone that the next council meeting will be on Friday, the 3rd of March, 2023. And thank you very much for all you've been through today and all your patience. The meeting is now closed. The time is 7 minutes past 2 o'clock. And I